doors?
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average Ruski son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps, but always have a plan. When we dump, it's always with a plan.
My wife said to the waiter, where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're dumping without a plan, then think again.
So I'm crazy island.
Don't stop.
Dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
One ping,
One.
2 pings,
One.
3 pings, or 4.
One ping only, please.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Give me a ping, Vasily.
1 ping, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan.
Don't take a dump.
Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a
We
plan.
shall never dump without a plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average Ruski son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps, but always have a plan. When we dump, it's always with a plan.
My wife said to the waiter, where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're dumping without a plan, then think again.
So I'm crazy island.
Don't stop.
Dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
1 ping,
One.
2 pings,
One.
3 pings, or 4.
One ping only, please.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
ping, Vasily?
One ping, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan.
Don't take a dump.
Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son.
without a
Russians don't take a dump, son. Without a plan.
shall never dump without a
All right. Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome in. I need a break from the KOS stuff. Taking breaks from things has apparently been my theme for the past week or two. But in the interest of avoiding burnout and still sticking to some, is this the intro to our For All Mankind adaptation? Sort of. So I am pretty familiar with the US rockets of the era that we're playing in at the beginning of RP-1, to the point where I can kind of make a Redstone or a Thor or an Atlas with my eyes closed. And I wanted to do something where the focus is going to be a little more on the rocket design and on maybe a little bit more of experimentation in that kind of direction. So I've spun up a new instance with all the latest mods in it. This is all up to date. I'm not sure how out of date the other one is, and I don't want to mess with it because it's working right now. And I'm gonna do some RP-1, and I'm not gonna use US engines, so it's gonna be mostly Soviet engines. There's some European ones available as well, and some other random things. But that is the plan, is to go through that. So I've just been flipping through here, seeing what settings I need to change. Oh, obviously, we need to change our naming scheme. That's important. Kerbalism, we can leave off lifetime radiation. I'm not trying to make this a difficult run. It'll be difficult enough designing rockets with engines that I've never used before. Turned off electrical charge there, that's fine. KOS, I think is fine. Start on the archive. This is not going to be KOS only, but I absolutely could just pull in some of my scripts from the other playthrough if I want to, right? Where it's not going to be harder than... Sadly, I haven't gotten around to watching that series. I bet it would make for some good jokes. Yeah, it would certainly... I also haven't seen that one yet, actually. Speculative level, don't care. RO mods, persistent recolor, flag decal off. That's... These defaults are exactly backwards from what I want. I remembered to turn off the procedural avionics window this time. And I think everything else we want as is. I did not take the time to design a new flag. So the question is, do we stick with the aeronautics... what did I say this stood for? Aeronautics and Space Society. Or do we pick one of the other ones? Oh, here we go. We do, Kerbalyev. That'll work. Alright, I think we're good to go here. Yep, new save. Okay, ComNet Connectivity Manager. Focus follows mouse. Save as global default, accept. Hide this window at startup. Don't show again. Lunar Transfer Planner, go away. Okay, we're in. So, as always, I hate planes, we're not doing planes. So that means grabbing the two early rocket development. I think I could do both of them at fast. Yeah, I could do one at breakneck and one at fast. Do I trust that I can do this in 4.5 years? I mean, maybe. Because, like, the V1 lineage still or V2 lineage, V1, Jesus Christ. The A4 lineage still is a thing, right? In the Russian engines. So I could probably do this one. But let's just do everything on fast. Again, I'm keeping this a low pressure. Okay. So that is that part. I think we usually, yeah, we start out with a little bit of... I was going to say, I think we just don't invest in solids this run, which is funny. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just don't invest in solids. There's the Vokshod retro pack that we're eventually going to need. But we can brute force our way through all the earlier science if we ever get that far. So the question then is, do we start with the materials science upgrade? Or do we grab... Oh, mass minus 35%. Yeah, let's do this first. Get the procedural avionics bump. Like, yes, we want the RD-100. But that's fine. All right, and as always, starting RP-1, first launch is basically free. And the Karman line is 100 kilometers, so we're going to have to try to design something to do that. Again, no engine that says USA on it. That is the goal. Oh! Yeah, I should switch over to Baikonur. That's a good point. Thank you for the heads up. I'm so used to always doing Cape Canaveral. It's fine until I, like, invest in the Space Center. I haven't lost anything yet. Don't need to restart. All right. Let's find... That's Vandenberg. There's Baikonur. All right. There we go. That's the... That's the brown mush we were all looking forward to. All right, so probe core, fuel tank, all right. So this is my first thing where I'm gonna cheat, technically. They list the A4 as a USA engine. Hey, Tartrus, welcome in, welcome in. They list the A4 as a US engine, but, like, this is the V2 engine, and it is the base engine for both the US fork of that engine and the Soviet fork. So I will allow myself to use the A4, but I will not allow myself to use, if we look in here, the A9 variant, because that is a US development. And then as soon as we get the RD100 upgrade, of course, we'll switch from the A4 to the RD100. But I don't think I want to do a V2 for my first launch anyway. So let's see what we can figure out with... So, the ORM-65. We also have the U-1250. So what are we looking at here? Oh, this throttles. Interesting. So, decent ISP, 500 newtons. How does that compare to what I'm used to using? 6.7 kilonewtons. Yeah, I knew this was a weak engine. Okay. What do we have here? 12.7 kilonewtons. Okay. A small pressure-fed sustainer developed in response to the Aerobee. Okay, so that's probably what we want to be using. And I think the U-1250 was added specifically because everyone playing Soviet hated using the ORM-65. High-pressure tanks. Let's see, you need to be a nose cone, not a... Alright, and what is our burn time? Let's not do KER, let's find MechJeb. Delta V stats, please. 6.5 seconds. What's the rated burn time on this thing? 56. Okay. So this might want a wider rocket. Yeah, okay. This might want a wider rocket. That's fine. Let's try half a meter. Yeah, that's fine. All right. I don't hate that. Half a meter by a meter and a half fuel tank here. Decent burn time. Launch TWR of 2.22. The question is, what is our booster gonna be? Because I am unconvinced that this little guy... Oh, speaking of OKBs, what do I want to save this as? Let's save this guy. I forgot to set up my initial leaders when I was grabbing my first programs. I guess in keeping with the flavor... Oh, I have to do Carmen Line before I get even my first leader. Never mind! I forgot nothing. All right, so what I was saying was, I don't know if I necessarily believe that this... What's the Veronique look like, by the way? 40 kilonewtons. Okay. But, like, this thing has a thrust of what? Oh, 11.2... No, 10.2 kilonewtons. Yeah, and this thing is, like, 13. So we'd need, like, 2 of these guys strapped onto here. To be a significant actual booster. Let's just try it with big fins, and if we end up needing a bigger... don't love that. Definitely don't love that. Is there an in-between? No, that would be easy. I mean, there's all the modular launch pad stuff, right? This is really what I want. Yeah, I could spend hours designing launch pads. Let's try to be careful that we don't let ourselves do that. Where's the mini milk stool? God. Is that the one I want? Kind of. Let's see. Stand height short. Clamp parts. Oh, that's like doing weird stuff at the base. Nope. Hold down size for A. Yeah, horizontal bolts for a smaller rocket. There we go. That's what we want. And then we're gonna want wings, of course. We need fins. Get rid of the handles. I can't actually see what I'm doing. Let's bring in the thickness a little bit. Bring the whole thing up. All right. That's starting to look like a early missile. The real question is, with this TWR of 2, how bad is our... Like, if we don't have any kind of solid boosters on this, how unstable are we going to be, and how big do I need to make these wings? But that TWR of 2 gives me hope, and it's actually probably going to be even more than that, because I haven't, like, configured the avionics yet. So let's do that. We got a thermometer... and a barometer. And we want to avionics GUI, science core, which to start. EC amount, I don't know, like 100. Yeah, I have no, well, I have one hint to what one of them is called, because it's in the game. Used on the MR1 Meteo, as in, like, meteor, sounding rocket. I'm unconvinced that I pronounced that correctly. Okay, I think this is good enough to sim, though. And again, we'll have to see... I mean, I can check it, I guess, if I pull this off. Center of mass, center of aerodynamic. Yeah, it's not super stable, is it? And, like, as our... It would be nice to have a lower center of lift. So that means bigger wings. Do we just go like bonk? Okay, well that's yes, but maybe not quite that much. Can we like split the difference? .5. Width at the root will also be 0.5. Width at the tip will be 0. Offset of the tip will be 0.5. Maybe? It doesn't look like it did quite what I wanted, does it? Edge leading, yeah, width at root, 0.05. Trailing. That's fine. All right. This should definitely be naturally aerodynamically stable, at least. Its drag is probably terrible if I was to open up the FAR settings. Yeah, 0.3. Mach 1 wave, 0.1. So it is, yeah, significantly worse than what I'm used to for making an Aerobee, but it's also a much wider, stubbier rocket. I could probably design this to be a little bit narrower and a little bit taller. I kind of like it, though. All right, let's, still don't... Yeah, it's got early ICBM vibes, for sure. Which I think is why I like it. Alright, well, I think... Oh, I lost my staging. Alright, let's sim this thing, and let's just see, like, if I have even the faintest idea of how to design a functional rocket. Like, its TWR seems fine. Should have... Okay, Kerbal Engineer, go away. I want the HUDs. Yeah, that's fine. Why did that fail? Eh? Well, yes, failed to ignite, but why? Was that a... just an ignition fail? Let me turn off failures during the simulation so that we can actually see what we're doing. Minor things. Try again. I didn't even check how reliable this engine was versus the ORM-65. Like, maybe it's better to go for the super small ORM 65 based, Oh, that's fine. That's going super straight. I'm not worried about that at all. As long as we can hit a reasonable altitude. Which, Now put a dog on it. Yeah. Soon. All right, so AP of like 80 kilometers. How much of that is, let's find MechJeb. I can open the, where's the flight recorder? Drag loss, gravity loss. Okay. So the answer is yes, if we can manage to lower our drag, it'll help. You know. Yeah, gravity loss. I mean, obviously, we're losing all of our speed to gravity eventually. But, like, drag losses were like 500 meters a second. Which, out of our total delta V, is a lot of our delta V that we're losing to drag on this thing. So a longer, slightly skinnier rocket with narrower fins, if I can manage it, will probably do better. And that's fine. I thought 0.3 was too narrow and I went all the way to 0.5. We're just going to split the difference. 0.4. Configure the avionics. Still do 100 for the early avionics. Yeah, that looks better. And then these guys, I think their thickness can probably go down to like 0.03. Oh, and the other thing I need to do on these is bring the mass strength multiplier down. We'll see if it'll fly at 0.05. I think I'll have to pull it up a little bit from there. But that'll help with our... I mean, what's our... Yeah, 16 minutes. I don't want to go too much lower on battery for this thing. And if we check our, actually here, let's lift it up again. Take that off. If we check FAR. Yeah, okay. So we've 2/3 of our max cross-sectional area and under half of the previous Mach 1 wave drag area. So that should help with some of our wasted DV. The lighter wings will help. let's see where this gets us. If we can't get this to do what we need to hit the Carmen line on first launch, then like I'll give up and make a V2. I'm not ashamed of that. But if we can do it with a lighter weight rocket, it's always nice, right? But we're still only looking at like 2100 meters a second of delta V, so I don't think we're there. Whoops, messed up my staging. Oh, that definitely feels like it has more pep. Are we gonna do okay with the wings? Wow, okay. Yeah, we're punching through the lower atmosphere. Yeah, look at that drag loss. Leveling off at 300, 350 meters a second. That's not bad. Hey, and it hits 100. Beautiful. Well, it should hit 100 anyway. That number's going down pretty fast still. We're still losing some to drag. Yeah, I think we're going to hit 100 with this. There we go. It's amazing what, like, taking the time to actually think about your design does. $100. There we go. And that is perfect. Okay. And this will be a lot cheaper than doing a V2 for our first launch. Not that it matters. And we do want to design a V2 pretty quickly because we want to get both launch complexes up and running. But I'm pretty happy with that. All right. Now for the important thing. I mean, it's got to be the... Right? Like, is there another option? And let's get some decals. Might be under structural. They are. What do we got? It's plain stripe. Oh, it's just a stripe. Okay. If I took this and I did this like 3 times around, they do kind of overlap. Opacity 100, edgeware. Oh, and also I can't change its color, so that's not very useful. Do not touch. Critical space hardware. Do not touch. I like that. I don't think there's anything interesting in here. Yeah, these all have supposed meanings, but all right. If I put the depth on this a little bigger and scale it just a touch more. Yeah, okay, it always wants to put that line in between. They are overlapping with each other, but there's just that line in the middle where it decides it can't quite project. Oh well. It's pretty close to being wrapped all the way around, though. I'll take that. That looks good. What else can I do with this thing? I think that's probably fine. I don't think we need to do any more with it. Alright, so we gotta make a launch complex for this. How much does this thing weigh? A ton? Yeah. I think if I set maximum to 2, then it's, yeah. And length width. Height limit is 6 meters. Let's make our height limit a little taller. Well, for 7 meters, it takes, what, 26 days? And for 10 meters, it takes 33 days. Yeah, let's take the few extra meters, because, well, actually, let's be smart about this. If we go up to... the larger versions of these have basically 60-second burn time, higher ISP. Yeah, but this also pulls 2 kilograms a second. So for that 60-second burn time, it wants to go all the way to here, which is a massive version of this rocket. And it is 8.9 meters, plus we might have science. So yeah, 10 meters was my original. I didn't disable the built-in... I want to see how close I got to the MR1 here. What do we got? So... oh, the booster is like a procedural structure and a bunch of R103s wrapped around it. Okay. Text decal. Avionics with a procedural structure on top. And then inside the fairing is... oh, parachute. Yeah, okay. So this one can do, like, stuff. What's the diameter, though? 435. Okay. And yeah, ours will probably evolve in a similar way, right? We'll be adding parachutes and payloads and things right in the middle here. All right. So yeah, I think I will. Stretching that all the way to 10 meters without making it wider not only looks stupid, but I think probably is stupid. So we're not going to go all the way to 10 meters. We will go up to like 8 meters. All right. So that's starting the launch complex for this guy. Now it's time to do the same thing. I mean, this is just going to be a V2, right? We built a V2 in the KOS only run as well. Nothing, Here, let's use this one, actually, because we can use the boat tail. And that is the A4 engine, which, yes, I know it says USA, but this is the German engine. And then we'll switch away from the A4 to the RD-100 as soon as we have it unlocked. What's the burn time on this? 70 seconds. Okay. Oh, I need a launch clamp. There it goes. Select mount. There we go. Boat tail. Generic. Proud. No. There we go. And then diameter selection. Yeah, let's do that. The 1.875. It's going to be a very... Oh, this is going to be a very stubby rocket, though. Maybe not 1.875. I mean, we could just make it 1.25. No, that's too narrow. There we go. That looks okay. And then we'll have... I guess I should do it as a fuel tank. No, I'll just do it as a structure. I'll do it as a structure. Actually, double no. I'll do it as... Alright. Ring decoupler there. And then we need more avionics. And this will be... a cone. Yeah, there we go. And then on top, camera and a parachute. I just kind of always use the cone parachute on this stuff. I never mess around with other nose cones. Okay. So, how much does this thing weigh? 13.7 tons. So we will configure avionics near Earth for 15 tons. Get rid of the antenna on this. Where's the antenna? Communication. No antenna. I also forgot to tweak the antenna on the other ship, but I think it's probably fine. I'll double check it. And here we have... Oh, this stage is the top, not the bottom. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 0.6 tons, and we haven't configured everything yet. So the antenna planning. Earth, best station. Distance max, we'll say like 300 kilometers. You know what? Let's say like 500 kilometers. Yep, okay, and we're good. At like 17 dBm. Excellent. Duration 7 days. Jeez. Configure, science core, start. $32 minutes? Yeah, I'd rather have an hour. We'll just make it 500. This part of it, as is, says 38 minutes. Yeah, I kind of believe that. Wings. Oh, that's actually kind of already fine, but since this one's going to steer, I want it to be a little more stable. Yeah, I like that. Actually, maybe pull in the width of the root a little bit. Yeah, so it's more solidly mounted there. And then tweak the offset so it's more centered again. I like that. So that should be reasonably stable. It's a little stubby, but as soon as we start getting upgrades to the A4 and get ourselves on the RD100 series, it'll stretch. So I'm okay if it's a little stubby to start. All right, let's sim this thing. And just see where we end up. All right, SAS on. We'll pitch over just a couple of degrees. And then tell it to steer prograde. And it should give me a nice gravity turn. All right. Oh, this has used almost none of its battery. I can make this battery a lot smaller, which I didn't necessarily expect. Oh, and this should have been on the whole time, but that's okay. I'm not sure what the first downrange contract is. 200, 250, something like that. So it seems like we're hitting it fine. Oh, and I didn't do the parachute. Okay, so two things. One, this does not need anywhere near the amount of battery that I gave it. It needs like 100. 1 meter a second. Two, this needs to have its experiments set up, and then I need to double check my batteries again. I also want to set the active transmission time to 100%. Force Kerbalism to recalculate. Still over an hour. Okay. That's probably more than enough battery. And then I just need to redo the parachute. Oh, and our first ad break is coming up. I don't think there's anything particularly... I'm gonna work on finishing cleaning up. I'll paint this ship during the ad break, and I want to check the other one's antenna because I didn't do the antenna. Other than that, I think we will. There won't be anything interesting happening during the break. So I will see everyone in just a few minutes, and we will have a nicely painted rocket. Okay, that looks good. Let's do this guy in the olive. And this guy I don't think I can recolor. Oh, I can. Cool. Then same with this, the olive. Nothing above that can be recolored. That's fine. And then Alright, welcome back from the ad, everybody. Just working on the design of this one. These flags really don't do a great job, kind of over the top there. I could play with the scale a little more. It tries. It tries is the answer. But it doesn't really succeed. bring in the depth a little bit so it kind of sits a little more. Yeah, that looks a little better. All right, so just about 3,200 meters a second. We got a little extra out of reconfiguring the parachute. So I think this will be able to hit the first downrange or camera contracts or whatever. It hit like a 250 altitude and a 250 downrange. I can probably tweak it if I want to try to get a little more out of it. Will be a great asset for keeping an eye on the Amerikanskis. Yes. All right. Pretty happy with that. I could add a few more decals around, but I think it's probably fine. You know what? I lied. Let's do one more on this thing. Scale it down. Bring in the depth again. Yeah, something like that. All right. And do I have... Did I already start building the other launch complex? I did. Cool. Let's go back to my first launch design. Yeah, this one. First things first. Gotta add that. What did I use? I think this one. All right, there we go. And the other thing I wanted to check was, yeah, our power once I fix comms, because I didn't actually do that right. So our distance max will be like 150. We don't need a lot of power. Really? We can go down to 0? Oh, because I'm not looking at the right. Yeah, there we go. No connection. So we need like 3 dBm to have connection at our top altitude. That's fine. Active transmission time 100% for planning purposes. Duration is 15 minutes. Okay, yep, that's perfect. Staging. And let's delete the... All right, we're gonna need a launch complex for this as well. This will be LC2. What does this currently weigh? 12.2 tons. It'll never get any lighter than that. So let's design this to go up to 16 tons. And a height limit of, we're currently 12. We'll do like, well, wait, what did I do the avionics for? That's a question. 15 tons. Okay, so we'll do 15 tons on the LC as well. And then we might stretch this, what, 50% more of that tank? So that's an extra, call it an extra 2.5, 3 meters, 3 meters. 2.5. So we'll do a max of like 14 meters height. And hopefully that'll get this launch complex relatively good. We'll still have to update it for fuel changes, but those are cheaper than structural changes. Okay. Other than not being able to recolor the film camera and the parachute, I think we're good. So, staff, we have applicants. Those are going right into research to start. And then, let's see, I think funding-wise, our budget should be... Oh, yeah, those two things we're working on over the course of a month are going to cost us, okay, only like 1,000. That's fine. Just making sure we're a little bit negative because of the cost of facility upgrades, right? Making the launch complexes, but I think we're going to be fine. Yeah. All right, launch complex 1, warping to complete. Yeah, and now our daily budget is ever so slightly positive. Won't be for long because we're going to start building a rocket. Oh, I forgot to check exactly what the parameters were for the first downrange or first film contracts. Suborbital rocket development. So suborbital and return. We'll be able to do this one, obviously, with our camera. Downrange launch vehicle. Oh, I forgot these ones want sounding payload. That's fine. 150 kilometers downrange with 500 units of sounding payload. Okay. We'll have to see. We might have to take the camera off in order to do that, but, like, we can swap out the camera and the parachute for just, like, a nose cone tank full of sounding payload if we want to, just to do these contracts. Difficult is 240 kilometers. Okay. Altitude of at least 140. Yeah. And then in the research, the first low space film return is... Yeah, we can do this one. We hit these numbers easy. And then I don't really care about the other ones right now. Cool. I think we're looking good then. Other than maybe needing to create a version of this that has, again, a payload on it instead of a camera. But we can definitely plan to take this or this, either one, either first low space film return or suborbital trajectory and return. Both of these should be achievable with our V2 for our first launch of that vehicle. All right, we're not doing downrange 1. We're going to grab the first launch. I should give this thing a better name. I should come up with names for these things. I'm not feeling particularly creative right now. You know what? I give up. We're not doing anything. We're not doing anything creative. I'm not feeling creative enough today. Okay. So the tooling for this should be avionics. Yep. At 0.4 by 1.5 meters. And the tank. We will tool that. That is as expected. Oh, this thing is super cheap. Love it. And we will tool 2 of them. Or launch 2 of them. Just because I'm not convinced that it'll fly right the first time, so it's always good to have a second one queued up. And I need to hire staff for that launch complex. Maximum engineers is 10. All right. Really? It's 10? All right. Yep. Max 10. All right, beautiful sunny day, the 1st of March, 1951, and we are ready for our first launch. Let's do it. So, assuming no failures, this thing will be able to get up to the Karman line and complete both of these contracts. Make sure our science is enabled. It is. So I think we're good to go. There we go. First launch contract already done. Hide MechJeb here. Hide MechJeb? Oh, I know. Where is settings? There we go. Use app launcher, hide menu button. That's what I want. Then I can fully hide it. All right, so yep, we're transmitting science as expected. 900 meters a second, 1200 meters a second, 40 kilometers, and we're going to get a couple more contracts for our altitude as we go. Just barely going to scrape up to 100 kilometers, but that is okay. It's enough for that contract. $60 kilometers, 100 kilometers, the Carmen Line contract. We also unlocked a bunch of our first leaders, so we'll have to do that when this thing returns. We've managed to broadcast a little bit of science. We might even get up to like 4 before this thing hits the ground. It'll probably burn up in the atmosphere, though. Well, maybe not. No, we're coming in low enough. We should hit the ground. Nope, 3.6. Okay. Yeah, we blasted through the atmosphere there. All right. That is an absolute success. Perfect first launch. Couldn't have asked for better. Before we... Yeah, let's get research going before anything else. That's the important thing. So, post-war rocketry testing and the post-war materials science node. Do I want that? I do. It does have, like, the early better tanks. Yeah, and the next rocketry node is 3, so we may as well go for material science. I think that's good. It's great we get to, like, just bypass the whole solid line. It's not a ton of science, but, like, it'll add up. Although, we'll have to start grabbing ORSC engines, right, when we want the real... Yeah. Okay. So science selected. And then in the admin building, we can grab our first leader. I mean, as long as I don't ever want to remove my leaders, this penalty just doesn't matter. That seems like an easy one. To handle. Program activation is just not a thing I worry that much about. And losing program funding kind of stinks. Yeah, let's do Glushko. Okay, so staff-wise, we have 10 applicants that I guess I'm just going to hire in as researchers. And then once we have Launch Complex 2, we can build our next 80 kilometers with 75 units of sounding payload. Shall we see? I think 75 units of sounding payload is going to be too much for this guy. If I just like drop another tank in here with sounding payload in it, I suspect we're going to be HP steel. $1881? Yeah, maybe. Let's just sim this and let's see what kind of altitude we're hitting. Because if this will hit the requirement for that sounding intermediate, then we can get that contract done while we're still waiting for the V2 facility to build. But if we can't... Oh, and I'll have to double check what that actual target altitude is. But yeah, I guess 75 units of payload isn't huge for a rocket this size. And it'll also get us another, like, 3 science. But I don't think we're quite gonna hit it. No, it's gonna be like 70 kilometers. 70, yeah, by the time we finish slowing down through the atmosphere, we're gonna be like 70 kilometers. Which is just not quite enough for that contract. Okay. Well, it was a good thought, but it's not going to work. So we might not really have anything we can do until we're ready to launch V2. Maybe first bio? Let's check first. Oh, no, we need orbital trajectory and return, right, for that one? Oh, no, we don't. Okay. But this needs to hit 100 kilometers with 35 units of sounding payload and the biosample. That's not going to happen. We couldn't do this. We're not going to do this because that rocket barely scrapes. Well, you know what? Maybe we build a booster cluster. Maybe we do what the version from the... Like, we have boosters. Let's do something with this. Let's figure this out. Let's be smart. If we grab procedural structure, and I'm gonna kind of do what the that's not what I wanted to do. Isn't there a key to, like, force side attach instead of... I never remember. Yeah, okay. Alt key forces to attachment nodes. I want the opposite. Oh well. I mean, like, I can do that, right? Fine. Let's see. There's a hollow cylinder, right? Yeah, hollow cylinder. Outer. 4. Inner whatever. Length. 1 meter. Yeah, that looks fine. And then we just gotta throw a decoupler in that. So, I mean, it'll be something like that. Oh, shoot. Touched it. Hit the wrong button. Wanted to right click because I wanted to switch it to the tall stand. Because we're kind of really going into it there. All right, let's try this. Let's see what this does. Thrust of like 11. It's only an extra couple hundred meters a second of delta V, like all of these boosters, but that might be all we need to be able to hit that contract. The other thing I could try is stacking 2 of them, but with a TWR of only like 2 at the start, like 2 of them is obviously... the math doesn't work out there. And like, yeah, that couple hundred meters a second of delta V is not a lot. It is pushing us up through the thicker part of the atmosphere a lot faster, for better or for worse. You know, that's 40 kilometer AP a lot earlier. Oh, no problem hitting 80 now. Look at that. 100. 120. 123. All right. So yes, with those boosters, we could definitely do it, which is great. We might even be able to do, well, that might be getting too aggressive, but maybe. Maybe we can do difficult then. Let's check altitude sounding difficult. And then the other thing I want to do is with the booster, we can almost certainly also do the first low space biological experimentation. So altitude difficult is 130 kilometers. No, we can't do that. Okay. We were close, but not quite. Low space bio needs to be recoverable, but it only needs 35 units of payload. So I think we can probably also throw one together that's low space bio. So first things first, bring this down to here. And 35 units. Everything below here. Biological sample's a little narrow. I think it's like 0.38 meters. And I'm 0.4. But we're just going to deal with that. And then we'll drop in another ring decoupler here. And a parachute. Which is probably also going to be 0.38. Yep. But 0 spares. We want 10 meters a second touchdown with 2 parachutes used. 10 meters a second touchdown with 2 parachutes used, because they're both mains. No, I didn't change the material on my other ones. Could use silk, it's a little bit cheaper. All right. That looks pretty good to me. Let's sim this one just to double check that we've got everything set up right. But I think it is going to be pretty much good to go. Oops. Staged that just a little bit early. I was watching it like slow down on the fuel usage, and I'm like, yeah, we're basically into residuals. We can so we'll see how high this gets with the 35 units of payload and the bio capsule, but we also have parachutes on here now, and it's a whole thing, right? So but I think this is going to go high. I think we're going to have no problem hitting that 100 kilometers. If we're lucky, we'll hit 140 and we'll get the extra science for space low, not just atmosphere high. But I don't think we're going to be that lucky. No. All right. But it does hit the contract requirements, no problem. We can't fly this one until we get the what do I want to say? We can't fly this one until we get this researched. So we'll have to queue up the other one for now, the altitude intermediate version. I guess I should fly this through its whole like flight profile and just make sure that I can stage it and deploy the parachute and it actually returns home safely. Make sure that the parachute is configured right and all that stuff. $10 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers pre-deployment. There we go. And at 1 kilometer, it should pop. There we go. Our speed is like right at 10. I forget what the procedural avionics are actually designed to handle. Apparently they can handle that. All right. Beautiful. Okay, so that needs we need the tech for the pod before we can actually fly this one. Let's just recolor. And maybe we want to do it a different color. Because it's like the sounding payload unit, right? It's a separate part of the ship. Then this one we can also recolor. Yeah. Not sure why these don't quite line up. It looks like they're rotated by like 45 degrees or something, which is weird. Not gonna worry about it. What I will check is the sounder. Same thing, we're gonna give this that brown color for the sounding payload unit. This one I think we can just tool up and schedule for launch, because I think it is ready to go. So the only new tooling that we should have is... oh, yeah, 2 pieces. We have the structural piece for the booster, and then we also have the conventional structure up here for the tank for the sounding payload. Yeah. We will tool that. Oh, and I should also do... shoot. Yep, we'll have to get this out of the way. Come on. I forgot. I need to, gotta do this guy. I'm trying to see like real subtle color differences between like various estimates of metallic colored, which is always a yeah, because I can't recolor this one. No. All right, let's store that color. Yeah, we'll do plain metal in that same color. Okay, cool. I don't hate that. And then we'll need to do the same thing over on the bio one because didn't do it before. All right, save that. There's no other tooling to do, so we can schedule that for... What do you mean size limit exceeded? What did I do? 8.1. I only designed this to scale up to 8? Oh, really? That's not because of that thing, right? Nope. Well, apparently I should have set this to like 10 meters to begin with, which is what I told myself I was going to do. And then I convinced myself to only go up to like 8 meters, and I don't know why. All right, that's fine. This is only 6 days to modify this. That's fine. And then bio 1. That's fine. Got to do the same thing. We've got to recolor this thing. That one's too high. I think right there is where I did it on the other one. And then we've got one other tank that needs tooling here, which is the smaller tank for the... You know, maybe we don't. Maybe we just look at the 0.4 by 0.81 and we just leave it half empty. Right? Because this is already tooled. And if I go into the tank UI, I can still just set it to exactly 35. And then we don't have to tool it. 8.5 meters, yeah. I think that's what we'll do. That way we don't have to tool this again when the time comes. Because the extra mass of that extra tank I don't think is a big deal. What's our total delta V? 1784/2016. And if we go into the tank UI... I mean, it's like 40 meters a second. 35. 37, actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. This early on, it's worth it. So we will want to tool those tanks when we fly this thing. Okay, so we do have to run the... We got to update the launch complex for the slightly taller vehicle. I apparently can't cancel the launch the vessel while the launch complex is being reconstructed, which is interesting. Because we want to cancel this duplicate first launch. Engineers, launch complex 1 plus 10. Oh, maybe I was just looking at the wrong thing. Whatever. We can scrap this one. Regain 46 funds for it. Now we should be able to fly the intermediate altitude sounding rocket. Not the bio. Sounder. Double check tooling. Tooling is good. Double check staging. Staging is good. Let's launch it. And that booster that we made, that cluster of solids, is certainly an expensive booster, but that's okay. And then LC2 is done, which is also a delight. And we're going to need to hire a bunch of staff for Launch Complex 2. And then once... let's make sure that we've done everything right here. All of this needs to come off. You, parachute editor. Material should be silk. All right. And then our total runtime here is an hour. We probably don't need that much duration. Do like 400. Still says an hour. There we go, 45 minutes. That should be plenty of battery for this thing. And then we can deploy an arm at the same time. That's fine. This avionics unit, yeah, disabled antenna. That looks good. Camera is on. That looks good. Telemetry, pressure, temperature, that's all fine. Alright. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing before we just, like, tool this thing and launch it. I don't think there is. So let's tool this thing. And then it's not downrange run, really, is it? It's photo 1. Oh, whoops, wrong launch complex. Launch complex 2. Try again. Unlock 5 parts. And scheduled. Okay. And let's actually do 2 of them. So this one, in its current form, should be able to do reach orbital trajectory and return, and it should be able to do This one. And it should also be able to do first low space film return. We need a slightly different configuration for this downrange distance launch vehicle, which is just replacing the nose cone with a bunch of sounding payload. I don't want to do that yet, just because I don't want to have too many different rockets kind of all queued up. Yeah, okay, my balance is good, so let's just auto-hire up to 77. Reserve like 500 in funds. And that'll just bring this thing up to however many engineers it can be brought up to. Altitude sounding rocket intermediate we'll be able to do. And then after that, these photo ones will pull forward. Like this says they're going to take a year right now, but that's just because we haven't hired the engineers. So that will pull forward, but if we can figure out something we can do, otherwise we might have to just start staffing up on research and pulling tech in, because we need early tracking systems before we can get the first, well, we'll see. All right, roll this one out. And the contract we want for this one is the intermediate sounding rocket altitude. 80 kilometers with 75 units of payload. Accept. All right, and I think we can just launch this. Recover flight and proceed. Okay. So contract, we look good. Yep, I think everything looks good. Whoa! Cool. So that was a failure of one of our 8 engines in the cluster, and the whole thing went sideways. We should be able to see that. Yep, R103 ignition failure. Ripped the wings off. Where's range safety? Oh, never mind. I missed it. Cool. All right, that's fine. All right, pepperonis. Yep. Pulling a proton. Oh no, and now I've got this range safety dialogue that's stuck on my screen. Let's just do a save and a reload. Or is this just quit to main menu? Just to unload the whole game, get that dialogue out. Oh, no, it's still there. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Gonna have to file a bug about that one. Can we clip it out of the bottom of the screen? Shockingly, no. It has, like, safety barriers. That's hilarious. I'm hopeful that the next time I load in the scene, so we're just gonna launch another one of these, because we still want to do that contract. So fly another of the same. Who put up safety features for our safety features? I don't know. So yeah, we want to, I'm hopeful that when we load in this, oh, now it worked with a no. All right. Warp, launch pad reconditioned. Warp to the rocket complete. Rollout and warp to rollout. Warp to morning. Launch. All right. I'm gonna... No, I think we're good. All right, let's do this. Take 2. Do we still have the contract? We do. I should have double checked that before. Oh, Twitch wants to run an ad any minute now, so we'll let it run the ad before we actually hit the spacebar on the launch. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll see if we go sideways again. I recommend getting some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human being.
My wife said, where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're talking without a plan, then think again.
Cancel my crazy Ivan.
Don't stop.
Dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
One ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
1 ping.
1.
2 pings.
1.
3 pings or 4.
1 ping only, please.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Give me a ping, Vasily.
1 ping, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan. Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son.
without a
Russians don't take a dump, son.
we shall never dump without a plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average risky son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps, but always have a plan. When we dump, it's always with a plan.
My wife said, where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're talking without a plan, then think again.
Cancel my crazy Ivan.
Don't stop.
Dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a plan. Plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
1 ping.
1.
2 pings.
1.
3 pings or 4.
All right, Twitch says the ad is over. I appreciate everybody sticking around through the break. So our current contract, for those of us refreshing our brains, is 80 kilometers with 75 units of sounding payload. We do have that sounding payload here. This is our second attempt at launching this. Last time failed with a engine failure in our booster cluster. We will see if we do better this time. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. All right. I'm still dropping those boosters a little early on those residuals, but other than that, I think we're looking good. No engine failures in the booster cluster. And this guy should be able to push up to that 80 kilometers, no problem. What's the MTBF on this? Yeah, 7.5 minutes. So this should be a fairly reliable engine. I could actually overburn this quite a bit more. I think I've got it set at like 1 minute and 5 seconds or so. But we could probably pretty reliably push this a little bit longer. Especially now that we have the booster on it and we don't care about the TWR as much. All right, and this will also be, yeah, giving us a little bit more science. There's our contract, altitude intermediate. Nine. There we go. 3 science. Excellent. I'm glad we hit that threshold. All right. Now that we are below 30 kilometers. All right. That was a successful launch. And with that 3 science, I think that goes right into early rocketry. Yes, it does. Which is going to give us the RD-200. It's going to give us the RD-101 configuration. An upgraded ORM-65, which I don't know if I'm ever going to use that engine. Oh, and the upgraded U-1250. So we are getting those upgrades along here as well. And this one probably also has a U-1250 upgrade? Yeah. Okay, and then I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't have leaders yet. Basic rocketry gives us 1. And materials science nodes. This one, this post-war materials science. Okay. I mean, by the time I build, how long does one of those rockets actually take to build? Not that long. Because I'm like, I could launch another one of these while we're waiting. I can probably also design... I could do a suborbital trajectory and return launch, I'm pretty sure, if I kept it absolutely minimum, no payload. And then we'd use photo 1 for the first low space film return mission. Because, yeah, it's currently June. We don't get early tracking systems until, well, right now, November. And that's because we're staffing up Launch Complex 2 at the moment, which means that we're not spending more hiring on researchers, right? So I think, in the interests of having more missions to fly, let's build a minimal suborbital return design based on our sounding rocket. So I think we're going to start with Bio 1. And we're just going to kind of do this. We zoom in here. We can pull out... Not that. Pull out the sounding payload. We don't care about it. We do want to keep the decoupler. We get rid of the biosample. Nothing to tool, as expected. And then hopefully this can kiss the edge of space, right? That's the... And we should be able to get this thing slightly lighter as well in the parachute department. All right, let's see if this thing will kiss the edge of space in a sim. It's just got to hit 140. Alright, AP is 12 kilometers so far. $40 kilometers. 50. $75. 20, 30, 40. 148. And I think it's high enough. I think we're most of the way through the atmosphere, so I think it will still kiss 140. Let's fast forward through this and double check, but yeah. Yeah, as we go up, the AP height lowers less and less. Less and less drag in the atmosphere. Beautiful. So yeah, this can do suborbital return. Absolutely just barely suborbital return, but it'll do it. So I think we do this one then, in its current form, so we can get that suborbital return contract done. And then if we still need to fly something else, I think we can fly another intermediate. We just want to wait a little while because, yeah, it's 14th of June. It'll be 21st of July when suborbital return is done. We have some time to kill. right? Before we want to fly this one again. So we're going to do suborbital trajectory and return. Launch new vessel, uncrewed, reach space, return home safely. Yep. Okay. So this is the one. And warp to vessel complete. Roll out. Warp. All right. Beautiful sunny day. I took the contract already. I did. So I think we are good to go here. Sure, the contract looks good. 3, 2, 1. Yeet. Alright, so we just ran this in the sim. Barring an engine failure, this contract will be fine. And we should also get a little bit more science. That only hit 85 kilometers. That is significantly lower. Oh, yep, we had a performance loss. I was like, it feels like we're low in the atmosphere for how late it is, and I was right. Cool, so we have to fly another one of these then. And that's fine. Like, it's not like we have that many other contracts we want to be running. We're waiting for infrastructure to build up for our V2 launch complex and other things. So, this will just get us a little bit of science. How early on, actually, did it... Performance loss. Oh, 40 seconds in. So, pretty good chunk of the way through the burn, actually. All right. We just got to fast forward up past our peak, and we did. Ooh, and we're running out of data to transmit. In fact, we are out of data to transmit. All right. In that case, we're going to do range safety. This also means that until we get the next research node, which gives us, well, only one biosample, we need early science to get the mass spectrometer. So yeah, we are... Until we get to orbit and we can start doing science with the camera and the biological sample. Well, not orbit, but until we get to 140 kilometers and we start getting space low science. We're kind of stalled out on being able to queue up more research. I mean, we're expecting to get there shortly. It's not a big deal. Let's launch another suborbital return. And Yeah, that's looking good. All right, suborbital return. Roll out. And let's try this again. One second. Let's make sure we still have the contract, because I know they do time out sometimes. Oh, nope. These will never expire. Okay. Cool. Let's launch. So, take 2 of suborbital return after an anomaly in the sustainer on the first attempt. 3, 2, 1. All right, T plus 40 seconds. This engine has outlasted the previous attempt. We're looking good. I think we're good. $138.4. We're not good. We're not going to make it. All right. It must be, I mean, I'm sure it is real sensitive to the timing of dumping the booster. And I must have, you know, or to the residuals. You know, we're right on the edge of the capabilities of this hitting 140, right? There's no sense continuing to fly this, right? There's no science for it to get. Yeah. Well, that's okay. Because we're just about to have our first photo, well, I say just about. Let's get rid of this suborbital and return contract. And we'll go back to altitude, yeah. Because this one's worth quite a bit more now. So we'll refly the 75 units of payload contract. And hopefully that'll take us most of the way up to, like, photo 1 being done. And then we'll use that for our suborbital trajectory and return contract completion. I think that's the best option at this point. We will launch a new sounder. Which unfortunately will not get us any science, but will get us some reputation, which would be good to be pushing up. And let's grab that altitude intermediate. Because, yeah, it's the end of September. I'm comfortable fast-forwarding ahead to photo 1 after this launch at this point. Because we're only skipping, like, a month. It's too bad we couldn't get the suborbital return to work right with our variant on this rocket, but that's all right. No mistakes, right? Just happy little accidents. And I mean, getting more DU on our engines is also not the worst thing in the whole wide world, as far as, you know, getting ready for more contracts coming up soon. And we don't have to let this go all the way up and back down. We just have to hit the contract complete. There we go. And we can do range safety. Because we're not getting any more science currently from those low altitude sounding rockets. All right, so we're looking at, yeah, we're coming up on early tracking systems, and we've got Photo 1. It's currently the 28th of September. Photo 1 is the 5th of November. Remember. And yeah, I'm fine skipping that. I'm fine with that fast forward if we don't have anything running on Launch Complex 1 right now. Because I don't think there's anything really to do on Launch Complex 1 right now. And then we do, yeah, we have another Photo 1 that'll be done in a much shorter time frame now that there's more of our engineers have been hired and the tracking station, or not tracking station, the launch complex has started to have its efficiency go up. All right, and that's early tracking systems, which means we actually can, let's do this. We can do Bio 1 now. And the other thing that we can actually do, because it's early tracking systems, we can switch to should work with 50? Let's see. "12 minutes? Yeah, maybe 75 is better. All right, but that'll get us a little bit more performance using the slightly better avionics package, and of course the biosample. So what do we need to tool here? Yeah, improved avionics. This tank, yes. And then we can get that queued up. And that'll be ready soon. Yeah, the end of 1951. Cool. Now we should be able to finish rolling out the first photo. Warp to morning. All right, so our options are first low space film return or suborbital trajectory and return. I think we want to do this one because it unlocks leaders compared to low space film return, even though this one is worth more reputation. We want to get the leaders unlocked. And then we also do want to see if we can make a variant of this that'll do downrange. I think we can. I don't think it's a problem. All right, so yeah, suborbital trajectory and return is not really difficult with this rocket. So I think we can just do it. Dawn at Baikonur. All right, engine, deploy, and then payload. That looks good. That looks good. Turn on SAS. I think we could just go straight up with this one. And straight up, we'll spend more time in space, which means we get more science out of the launch. This is our first actual flight of a V2. The A4 engine is doing fine. Beautiful. AP of 240. Looking good, looking good, looking good. I think we can go ahead and fast forward. There we go. Couple more early contracts. I don't know if we're going to hit another altitude contract. We did. And coming back down, here we can use rail warp. We should have been able to broadcast, yeah, quite a bit of science from space. Excellent. We can stage this, and that does automatically arm the parachute, right? Yeah. All right. Now we just wait for our fall through the atmosphere. Oh, that was beautiful. That was a textbook re-entry. I'm sure if we check our data... Yeah. Desert, desert. We'd have to lob it much further to avoid that. Coming in through the dust clouds of Mars here. All right. First suborbital return. With another 3.5 science on it. Yeah, we got a ton of science for that. Excellent, 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 excellent. I think every time we get science, it makes our research a little bit faster. Which should be slowly but surely getting us on the way to improved engines. But we can just, like, start buying out. Yeah, this is another huge boost to avionics, so we want that one. We want early science. We need this early materials science node. And then we can't take basic rocketry yet. All right. But we're looking at... Yeah, 52 to 55. Basic rocketry is 52 to 55, 50 to 51. So we're a little bit behind on science. As soon as we hit fully staffed up on Launch Complex 2, I'll switch over, obviously, to spending more money on hiring researchers, because we don't have that many yet. All right, so we want to do another photo, wherever that is. Yep, another of the Photo 1 rockets, and that'll be... Well, this says right now in March. It'll be a little bit before that. And that one will be for the actual first low space film return. And we have also at LC1, we have one for first low space biological experimentation. And if we check suborbital research, 120 kilometers with 75 units of sounding payload. I think we're going to need some upgrades before we can hit this. Or we're going to have to do multiple stages, or we'll play around with it. But I don't think we can hit this with the current rocket. Cool. I think we can warp ahead to the next launch then. And then, how are we doing time-wise on this low space intermediate? No. Altitude intermediate. There it is. Okay. So yeah, we can fly another one of these ones just for the just to keep up our reputation. I'll get that queued up now, actually, while I'm thinking about it. Until we switch over to difficult, I think the way it works now, and this isn't how it used to work in RP-1, but I think the way it works now, and I'm just double checking. Yeah, 75 units to 80. So basically you can get a trickle of reputation by flying basically the same thing. And then when you fly difficult, This makes the next time you do intermediate will then be this one. Like, this levels up based on how many times you do difficult, and difficult is always the next tier. I think. Think that's how it works now. Alright, so let's grab Sounder 1. And let's queue one of... Oop. Put it on the right launch complex. Queue that up. And that will be hanging out, yeah, ready to go at the end of January. Just filling in sort of our time scale of stuff. Just trying to make sure that I always have things in the queue, right? That's the important thing. So what is this doing? I didn't take the contract. I think revert to VAB is the equivalent of just before the launch button. If I leave, it should just still be sitting there with me able to hit launch. Yes. Okay. Let's take our contract. Low space biological experimentation. 100 kilometers, 35 units of sounding payload. We can do that with this rocket. Now we hit launch. Trying again. Doing it right this time. Drinking some water. And this time, yeah, we do have contract. We've got our payload. 3, 2, 1. The sun rising, or really, us going higher, so the sun is more visible over the curvature of the Earth. So this is looking good. DUIs is fantastic. I think with an 11-minute MTBF at this point, we can really push this engine if we wanted to. Which we might have to. We might have to do that. Oh, I forgot to grab the leader that I got from the suborbital trajectory and return. Oops. We'll do that when we get back from this launch. Fortunately, it's only been a month without a leader in that position. It's not a big deal. All right. Yeah, and this is running. None of this has any science to do, but we'll get a little bit from the biological sample capsule. All right, another beautiful re-entry. It's almost like I've designed way too many of these freaking sounding rocket capsules in my lifetime. And then... looking good, looking good, looking good. Beautiful. And I swear if we can't recover because this thing's rolling down a hill, I'm going to be sad. Okay. Cool. First biological sample done. And a little bit more science. %10 to flight research speed. Oh no. We're not doing a plane person. More planes. We're not doing solids, so I guess it's... I mean, also solids. Solid rockets, integration speed of solid rocket parts. Yeah, I don't want any of these. I'm just not going to take any of these leaders. That's fine. Alrighty. We've got another... So yeah, 75 to 120 kilometers is going to be tight with our current tech. Let's just see if we can do it with a stretched stage. Because, like, we've got the kick stage, so we can pull, you know, the TWR of this thing down quite a bit. So let's go, and first thing, this needs to be 75. And then if we just, like, overburn this thing by... I mean, heck, let's go crazy. TWR is still 1.5 when we drop this. (2100 meters a second). That's close to what we need. We only have to hit 120 kilometers. We don't have to actually hit space. Let's try it. Let's see how close we are. Obviously we are, well, we have failures disabled here, but like we're pushing this engine with a 56-second burn time up to a minute 15. So we are very significantly overburning it. by like 33%. But if you look at the actual MTBF of this engine, it's like 12 minutes. What I should check is the tested burn time in the VAB. We did pitch over a little bit. We weren't quite stable, and that's okay. Yeah, 121. Ooh, we're right on the edge. So we'd probably have to burn this even a little bit longer if we want to reliably hit 120. Let's see what the... Yeah, rated burn time... 56 seconds. Oh, this doesn't have a tested burn time listed. Interesting. This is getting to be hilariously overburned, and I think if we enable part failures during this sim, we're gonna have a bad time. But I want to see us having a bad time in the sim. I want to see how quickly those MTBF numbers go down. I'm sure on stream the UI is a little small, and I'm sorry about that. I guess I could set the scale up, but the problem is that like half the mods don't respect the UI scale and don't work correctly. So I've learned to just leave the scale at 1. But we're coming up on 50 seconds of burn. Alright. Now we're into the safe overburn. Yeah, that is dropping fast. There we go. Performance loss. As expected. We pushed that way too hard. Okay. So we're not going to be able to push this to that 75 units of sounding payload to 120 with this rocket in this form. Obviously, we could do everything with a V2, but let's go back to the original Bio 1. Let's nuke this one. Other options for improving this are... Well, I mean... That's always an option. Let's get our engines staged correctly. TWR is still 1 on the first booster. And these ones aren't horribly overburning. So this thing will probably do quite well. It's a little bit caveman-y for sure to be stacking sounding rockets like this, but we'll leave part failures on. Just because if we're going to have ignition issues with dynamic pressure or anything like that, I want to see those failures in the sim. Boy, it sure would have been nice if I checked my staging. I did check a bunch of my staging. I just missed something. That. It's definitely a little bit slower off the launch pad, about half as fast, no surprise there. We do seem like we're doing okay with overall stability, though. We are a little wibbly-wobbly, but, like, we're okay. The TWR of this stage is, you know, fine. Yeah, our ignition penalty for Q, it's bad is what it is. Because we're still in the soup down here. So it's a bad time to be trying to start up a new engine. But we got away with it. But that is only going to be like an 85-90% staging success chance. Which may not be worth it. I mean, it's gonna go. It's gonna go where we need it to go. It'll do the business, but... $120, no problem. $180. I'll take that. I mean, that's also good science, right? Getting that high up means getting lots of space low science from the biosample capsule. So that's good. Okay. So maybe this is what we fly next. Although the real problem is that it's going to be too big, right? Yeah. Height 13 meters. This launch pad is not designed for a rocket this tall. And like, we can modify it. Hate to do that. If we go back to the original Bio 1, we just say, like, when we get the upgraded engine, the U-1700, remove tanks, fill for the U-1700. What's the rated burn time on this thing? 60 seconds. Okay. Even a little more than that. Yeah. And that's 2,300 meters a second. So maybe we just really need to wait for that engine upgrade. That's too bad. All right, well, it is ad break o'clock again, so I need to get myself a little bit more water. I recommend everyone else hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as human beings, and when we come back, we'll figure out what our next move is. Because I think we probably need new tech before we can do much more with the small rockets. Anyway, I'll see you all soon.
Give me a ping, Vasily.
One thing, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan.
Don't take a dump.
Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son.
without a
Russians don't take a dump, son. Without a
we
plan.
shall never dump without a plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average Ruski son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps, but always have a plan. When we dump, it's always with a plan.
My wife said to me, where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're dumping without a plan, then think again.
Cancel my crazy Ivan.
Don't stop.
Dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
One ping,
One.
2 pings,
One.
3 pings, or 4.
One ping only, please.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Give me a ping, Vasily.
One ping, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan.
Don't take a dump.
Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son,
without a
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan.
shall never dump without a plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his...
All right, we are back. I appreciate everybody hanging around through the ad break. I was just looking at the contracts and trying to figure out what makes sense to be doing right now. So an engine upgrade means we can do this one easy, and I think also like this easy. So I think we really just need to wait for the engine upgrade. So I think that means we basically are just flying this one over and over and over, which is fine. As far as the V2 launch complex goes, we have low space film return, And we have downrange distance, launch vehicle, well, intermediate and difficult. I think we could probably do difficult. We're going to have to strap the sounding payload to the front of the thing and see how far it goes, but, like, I think we should be able to fly this pretty easily. And then also this low space film return. We're currently building the one for low space film return. That'll be available at the end of February. It's currently the end of January. So let's get the one designed for downrange, based off the camera rocket. So if we go ahead and open photo 1, this will be the new downrange one. Yes, overwrite. Basically, everything from here up goes away. So we can reroute to that procedural avionics, rip all this off, and find procedural nose cone? No, it has to be a tank. Sorry. Fuel tanks, procedural tank. And then smooth cone, top 0, bottom 1.25, length, whatever. Something like that. Then pick a shape that we like. Oh, that's not bad. I could probably tweak the height of that so that it's a little more like the right. There we go. That's got real ICBM vibes, doesn't it? We probably don't have a big enough tank for the 500 units, though, of sounding payload. No, 447. So it's got to be a little bit longer to hit that 500. All right, let's sim this thing. Just because I'm curious to see if we can hit the see how far down range we can actually get with this thing. Why can't I steer this? Oh! I know why I can't steer this. Because I have require signal for control on, and I don't have... There's no antenna in this setup. Alright, minimum control. Do like 16 dBm, that's fine. Not that I need control the whole time, I only need control like during the launch. And then I also do want to turn on thermometer and barometer. These are done in Earth high altitude, but they're not done in Earth space low yet completely. So we can get a little bit of science from this launch if we do that. Alright, let's resim that now that I actually have control. Alright, SAS on, engine on, pitch over a couple of degrees, and then point to prograde. And then we let SAS fly, pretty much. Might have gone a little too aggressive on the pitch. We're spending a lot of time in the soup. But yeah, we're doing fine. We don't have an altitude minimum for these downrange ones, so like... we want to look. We might be a little overlofted, so maybe we actually do want to pitch over a little more. But... I think we should hit... well, we'll see what we hit downrange. Hi, Simus. Welcome in. Yeah, I decided I needed a break from Principia and KOS. But we should be back with it hopefully next week. I'm just trying to stave off the burnout. Turns out doing real rocket science is hard. Oh yeah, no problem. This is already 300 kilometers downrange. And the downrange hard is like 250. Which is great, because it means I have a lot of wiggle room when I fly this thing, and I don't have to worry too much about my, my initial pitch program. Considering I'm doing that initial pitch manually. Cool. Alright, so we can queue that up for downrange. No problem hitting that. Not enough funds? Oh yeah, not enough funds. It costs just about 1,000. Alright. Let's, in that case, we'll do this. We'll go back to this. We'll still say auto hire 77. Change the reserve funds to 1,000. And that way, by the time we're done building the previous one at that same launch complex, like, we should have that 1,000 funds or whatever. Yeah. All right, let's roll out this guy, and I think this is just doing altitude sounding intermediate is what I decided this one was for. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to hit altitude difficult until I improve, or until I get the next tech. So I can at least fly this contract to keep that launch complex busy. All right, 3, 2, 1. This has no science that it can return for me at this point, so I think it is just... as soon as we hit that 80 kilometers, we hit range safety and we're done with this flight. In, out, move on with our lives. All right, contract complete. A little bit more reputation. How's the reputation doing? Capped at 304. We're at 110. Okay. Alright, and I don't think there's anything else I can do. I just spent a bunch of time looking at this, and it remains the case. This needs an engine upgrade. This is maybe doable with a stretched rocket. Because we go just over 120. So maybe we could hit this one if we wanted to try to fly it, but... Post-war rocketry testing is in a couple of months anyway. So... in some ways, I just don't want to mess with it. And I want to say, let's fly the photo mission, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, it's February 2nd. This is done February 25th. That's not a huge time skip. All right, and we do have the funding that we need now to queue up this. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I mean, it's fine, but I'm still an idiot. If we take this downrange, that 984 cost, I did not account for, yeah, tooling the tank that holds the sounding payload. Oop. Launch Complex 2. There we go. All right. Roll out this thing. I think we're ready to launch it. And then we might skip ahead to post-war rocketry testing being done, because I think that's kind of what we need to start running any more missions with our smaller launch complex at LC-1. But, alright, let's fly. This one has the camera on it, so it is low space film return. Oh, this is easy peasy for us to hit. Alrighty. Ignition. 3, 2, 1. Pitch over a few degrees. Switch SAS to prograde, and that's pretty much it. Cameras on. Yes. All that is good. All that's good. Ooh, I was a little aggressive on that pitch. We'll hit our 100 kilometers at least, but I could have been a bit more vertical for sure. I'm not worried about our downrange at all, though. Maybe I should be, but given how shallow our AP is, I think we're going to be fine on our downrange. Yeah, Earth flying high desert. We're going to get a lot of that. Yeah, and there's our 200 kilometers downrange, so we just have to return home safely. Absolutely no issues with this. Love to see it. Waiting for... Yeah, all we got is Earth flying high desert. That's okay. One. Coming in at 9.7 meters a second. Absolutely perfect. Pop. Cover vessel. All right, that is first film photography. .7 science. Is that enough for us to grab? Yeah, we'll may as well put it on the list. So that's everything up to the satellite era materials science and electronics research nodes. Cool. So that's like all the science that we need. Now it's a matter of just waiting for the... waiting for everything to catch up. All right, so let's skip ahead to when we hit 77 engineers here, and then we'll switch it over to auto-hiring researchers, because we desperately need to do that. All right, 77 engineers, finally at that launch complex. LC-1 is also staffed up. Good. Researchers. Auto-hire up to, like, 100. I don't really care. And let's get post-war rocketry testing. Okay. So with this, we've got downrange 1, which is going to be ready in about a month and a half. That's fine. But with post-war rocketry testing, we should be able to hit low space bio bump, altitude sounding rocket difficult bump. I think we're going to need it for this as well to hit that 400 kilometers downrange. We're going to want to switch to the RD-100. Is it the RD-100? Yeah. switch away from the A4 to the RD-100. Although this is basically a one-to-one replica, isn't it? So it's not really a bump. It's just that for whatever reason, we get the A4 starting, but not the RD-100 starting. Yeah, rated burn time 70 seconds. It might be the same engine. Which is fine. But let's see about uprating our bio and altitude sounding rockets and see if they are gonna be. Was it the 1X was the one that I put the new engine on already when I was playing around with things? Yeah, this has the U-1700 on it. 1 minute, 6 seconds, rated burn time of exactly 1 minute, so that's fine. I don't know why, I think I probably meant to put a hyphen in there. It's the 1X, but we'll call it the 1A. I had a couple of variants of this that I didn't end up needing that we will get rid of. Alright. So Bio 1A, the stretched tank, and the uprated engine, 2,300 meters a second. Oh, and it needs the more payload as well. All right, 2,200 meters a second. Let's see where that lands us. If that's getting us to that 120 kilometers that we need. I think it's 120. A little bit less speed off the pad, obviously, because we're pushing a lot more fuel up on that booster. And that does mean we're going to spend a little more time down here, a little more air resistance, which is going to affect our overall performance. No problem. 145 with 75 units of sounding payload. Beautiful. Okay. So I think this will work fine for that contract. So I think we can just schedule this. We'll also schedule one for sounding difficult. How long did I make this tank? 5.8 meters. Okay. And it's already got the best avionics that I can give it? I believe so. Yes. Alright, let's tool that. And we'll do a bio one. Ooh. No! Okay, that's fine. We have to modify the launch complex. My concern is that if the other one doesn't cross the 1 ton line, we're not going to be able to fly it. And really, we're above 10 meters? Wow, okay. Alright, that's fine. And then we'll grab Sounder 1. And this will get exactly the same upgrades. We will switch over to the U-1700. And we will get it that 5.8 meter tank. Yeah, okay, and we're good. We, So Sounder 1A as well. Nothing to tool, which is correct, because it should be exactly the same rocket. I mean, these are basically the same, but one of them has a biological payload on it. So we'll see how high this one can actually fly, but certainly it will be able to achieve the 130-kilometer requirement. And then the next low space film return, we might need to wait for the next tech level, but we'll see. Because I don't think just swapping out the A4 for the RD-100 is meaningful, right? They're roughly equivalent engines. Let's get photo 1. $31.60 at 1 minute 7 seconds of burn time. Oh no, it is a little better. Okay, it's an improvement. It's an improvement. Because, like, I would have had that overburning slightly. Yeah. So we can go up to, like, 5.8 meters, 32.55. That still might not be enough for, How does that compare to the original? 32.07, minute 15, or 32.55. Okay, so yeah, it's like 50 meters a second more. But while we're here, yeah, near Earth, no upgrades available yet. Science Corps. Just post-war avionics. 32.63. I mean, every little bit helps. So that's, I don't know, 50, 60 more meters a second of delta V on this thing. It's a couple percent. It's not nothing. But it's also not hugely significant. Let me double check the requirements for the second photo contract. I think it's 150 altitude and 400 downrange. 150 altitude and 400 downrange. Okay. I don't think we have enough of a performance improvement to hit that, especially with me manually flying. But we can try. So, yeah, maybe I should have pitched over a little more aggressively. This one might be overlofted. There's 100. And we still have several seconds. 140, 150. All right, 190. That's not super overlofted, actually. Well, we actually, what we want to do is we want to look at the shape of our parabola here. That's not too bad. Question is, will it get us that 400 downrange? I don't think so. I think we're going to be closer to 300. $150. Well, it's going to be darned close, but I don't think we're going to be there. Well, more than 300 at least. Okay. $340, $350, $360. Yeah, 400. Okay. Never mind. My eyeball estimate was way off. Which is great. And that does mean that this can hit that next contract in this configuration, which is awesome. Oh, that's old stuff. Okay. So we will also want to tool this upgraded version of that. And all I have to do is make sure that I, like... Alright, Photo 1A. I think we can just launch this one. Oh, nope. We're going to modify the launch complex. And there's currently a vessel being made, so I don't want to do that right now. We'll have to do that after. Which is fine. Okay, so I gotta decide. Altitude sounding rocket difficult. Or the next low space bio. I guess we wait a little longer to do altitude difficult, right? Because it's still early. So let's do low space bio for that one. That'll be bio 1A at LC1. Nothing to tool. Unlock. What do you mean not enough funds to... How do I have no money? Oh, did I actually burn through all of my subsidy? Is that what I did? So it ended up pulling some from... I don't think I've ever done that before. I don't even know how to check where my subsidy is. Alright, well, that's fine. We only have to tick ahead. Like that far. also should have done that. There we go. All right, now we can launch this thing. 258, launch. Oh, probably need to... go away here, auto hire. Let's get this launch complex ramped back up, and then we'll go back to focusing on researchers. Feels like we never have money for researchers, but... All right. Okay, so this is downrange difficult. 240 kilometers with 500 units of sounding payload. Easy peasy for this rocket. And then the next... Oh, right. We needed to upgrade that launch complex for Photo A. Which shouldn't need to change anything except for the fuels. It needs more ethanol 75, apparently. All right. Oh. Okay, never mind. We gotta fly it first. We'll fly it and then we'll upgrade it. That's fine. It is reasonably daytime. Let's fly this thing. Rocket be thirsty, indeed. I love this thing. It looks so much like an actual ballistic missile. Okay. So for that 250 downrange, we don't have super tight requirements, so I'm not going to worry too much about my initial pitch over. We're just going to kind of do that sort of thing and hope for the best. Where will we get all the potatoes for this program? Indeed. Oof, okay. I might have pitched that over a little too much. That might be a little too much. Switch it over to stability assist. Which is really pushing our AOA up, but like... We were a little aggressive in that pitch over maneuver. That was my fault. That was pilot error. I mean, I think we should still have no problem going 240 downrange. I'm not even worried about it. Yeah, but we barely hit our 140 altitude, which is the thing that actually matters. Hey, Kellen, good to see you. Worst part about these kinds of fuels is that it evaporates so quickly when ground crew is around. Yes. That is a problem. All right, that is it for that rocket. Whoops. Downrange development. Oh, and that was a huge kick to our subsidy as well. Oh, and we ran out of battery, I guess. This should have already broadcast all of its science. Well, it doesn't matter because it's lost its battery. So, oh, I can't. I don't have signal, which means I can't hit the range safety button. All right, we just gotta fast forward until this thing blows up, unfortunately. That is a fun fact that I didn't know, but not surprising. But yeah, that bump to our subsidy is gonna be huge. As far as being able to finally start hiring more researchers and stuff like that. Okay, need to finish reconditioning, and now I think I can finally do the upgrade for the new the uprated rocket using the RD-100 over the A4. So, photo 1A, U, LC2, modify, yeah, 2 days, 95%. That's fine. That change will be entirely just the fuel capabilities of the launch complex. I probably could have kept that in mind when I built it the first time and made sure we had extra fuel capacity, but I didn't. And then LC1 is working on... Which thing is that? Low space, this one. What's our decay, by the way? 40 a year. Okay. So yeah, flying these small missions is worth it to keep pushing my rep up, at least for now. Because the higher my reputation, the more money my space program gets. And I can use that money for goods and services. Yeah, need to unlock the RD-100, and that's fine. There we go. 0 unassigned engineers. Yeah, LC1 needs a few more. That'll be fine. None at the hangar. And then as soon as LC1 gets up to its full capability, Oh, I should go ahead and queue up this one while I'm queuing things up. That way we can just skip forward whenever we want. So that's gonna be Sounder 1A, which should have no problem. Launch. Good. And then the other thing I should check is the next downrange difficult requirement, and if we can hit that with the RD-100 or if we need the RD-101. Did I not just do this? Oh, does this one not upgrade? Interesting. Yeah, this one doesn't upgrade. The way that the altitude ones do. Okay. Well, fine. We can fly these whenever. But we don't have to rush to fly it again. So, as far as upcoming vehicles go, when does that have us? The end of July. It's currently the end of May. All right, we'll skip to morning. And we'll grab this contract. What do we need for advanced bio? Is it in this one? Yeah, it's in early science. Okay. Think we can just launch this. Found one example, the Spafir radar that was built into later MiG-21s. Okay. Three, two, one. And we should get a huge performance boost once we hit our next... Can I open this? I can open it in this view. When we hit this post-war material science, like, we're gonna unlock aluminum fuselages. Sapphire. There you go. Or Sapphire. What was I saying? Kellen, how much do you know about the Soviet rocket program? Sapphire, okay. Oh, that would make sense. AP of 160, yeah, no problem. I know, for as much as I know about the US rocket program through the 50s and the 60s, I know almost nothing about the Soviet rocket program, which is why I'm using the Soviet engines. Because if I use the Soviet engines, then I actually have to, like, play the game and design my own rockets and not just reuse the actual designs. Yeah. Everybody knows Leica. Coming back in. Yeah, we hit that contract. No problemo. A little more science. And another happy landing. All right. I think... I mean, I would love for our research to be moving a little faster. But other than that, like, we are generally making progress. Getting our reputation up to push our subsidy up is going to help. Help with hiring researchers more quickly. And now that we kind of have both of our launch complexes, like, really ready to go and fully staffed up, we're also should be in a better place there. Satellite era materials science, yeah. Throw it on the pile. Okay, now, once again, researchers. Auto hire. As many as you can. Keep 1,000 funds in reserve. Yeah, and that's just going to keep running basically over the entire course of 1952, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. But hopefully that'll pull post-war materials science a little bit further in, so it's not, like, absolutely at the end of... I did, Starfighter, I did make sure that I installed the part mod for Baran, so we can, if we get that far, if this does turn into a series and not just a one-off having fun episode, then we'll definitely do that. I do want to do an R7 as much as I'm trying to use the new engines as an excuse for doing my own designs. The Korolev Cross is too iconic to pass up, right? So we do need to do something resembling a real R7. Yeah, all right. It is ad break o'clock. So I will see everyone in just a few minutes. When we come back, it looks like we have a altitude sounding rocket to fly, and then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. I'll see y'all soon.
Make make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average Ruski son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps, but always have a plan. When we dump, it's always with a plan.
My wife said, wait a minute. Where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're dumping without a plan, then think again.
So not crazy, Ivan. Don't stop.
Dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
One ping,
One.
2 pings,
One.
3 pings, or 4.
One ping only, please.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Give me a ping, Vasily.
1 ping, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan.
Don't take a dump.
Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son,
without a
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a
we
plan.
shall never dump without a plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average Ruski son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps.
All right, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Yeah, so we have altitude sounding rocket, difficult to fly. Wait, why do I have something? This didn't complete? Wait, why didn't this complete? I am confused. Did I mess up that rocket? Did we not have enough sounding payload? One second, I want to understand what I did wrong before we move on to the next thing. Bio 1, oh, I did! Look at that! I somehow saved it with a short sounding payload tank. Well, that'll do it. Alright, so we did not actually hit the mission requirements. Go figure. Alright, so we'll have to relaunch this one. Fly that. That's fine. Well, quote-unquote fine. So we'll cancel this one for now, and we will take this altitude sounding rocket difficult, because we can hit 130 with 75 units payload. And that is what we have coming up. Oh, coming up next. I haven't actually fast-forwarded to it yet. Okay. And that's fine. This bio will keep us kind of... Again, it'll keep our thing occupied, and we need the science from flying the biocapsule anyway, so, like, it's fine. Alright, let's try this again. Altitude sounding rocket difficult, 26 reputation for completing it. Cool. Let's get this done. Ugh. It has been an astonishing exercise in self-control not to be getting myself copyright struck by singing Beatles lyrics during this frickin' stream. I see Kellen in the chat with the lyrics, and I'm having to make sure that I'm not actually singing them when I read them. Alright, so this should have no problem hitting 130. I don't remember what we hit in the sim, but you're at the Trader Joe's whistling the song. Excellent. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get away with playing that one as the ad break music, so... You all get Adam Ragusia's delightful Russians don't take a dump without a plan instead. Which he made for the Greatest Generation podcast, and I just shamelessly stole from his SoundCloud. But Adam Ragusia does have a YouTube channel. He does cooking stuff. So if you like cooking channels, and you want to help make up for me stealing his music, you can always go check out his videos. I do encourage it. Red Army Choir songs? There you go. That would, Alright, and I think... Are we currently doing science? We are doing science. Oh. Well, we're out of range. We're gonna have to uprate our, antennas soon. But, yeah, we're still doing science... Why am I not time warping? Oh, because I'm hitting the wrong keys. Alright. Now that we're back in the atmosphere, we're not doing science anymore. So we can range safety this. And I think we did get the contract complete for... Yes. Good. 288 out of 324. Not bad. Yeah, and post-war material science is slowly starting to pull in to earlier... How do I see my researchers? All right. Yeah, so we're pretty much at one standard efficiency. And I think I need a lot more science before it will go up. That's okay. That just means that we just have to keep hiring researchers. Which, like, we can afford to do. We have plenty of funds per day. Yeah, we could double our research team size and still be positive. All right, Launch Complex 1 is reconditioned. We've got something building in both LCs, so I think we can... Oh, let's check. What is the next altitude difficult? 180 kilometers with 75 units of payload. Okay. I think we hit that. I mean, obviously, we want to make sure that this, you know, gets up to a point where it has a reasonable nominal value. But I guess even if we don't quite hit this, we can always fly intermediate. Because really, we want this post-war materials science node. This is killing me not having aluminum for my rockets. Like, the upgrade from steel to aluminum means that all of our capabilities are going to be so much better. All right, early morning launch. We're trying again with this low space biological. We have the right amount of sounding payload this time. So I think we're going to be good there. And then in a few days, we're going to have the next photo mission, which, let's see what that's going to be. Yeah, the 400-kilometer downrange. Okay. And then as far as actually completing these... Okay, this one needs first advanced biological, so this is just waiting on tech. Early rocket development, we can see if we can hit 3 megameters or 5 megameters. We could probably hit 3 with our current tech. So maybe we should try that, because I think that's a big... Oh, we can't take it. Oh, it doesn't tell me what the reward is from this view. But I think that's a big reputation reward. But that might be a after we have aluminum sort of thing. All right, now we do have the right sounding payload. Fantastic. 3, 2, 1. 100. 120. All right, that's our requirement. And yeah, going over 140 just means extra science, which is always great. All right, so we are actually going to finish the contract this time. And we got a little bit of extra science for making it up to above 140, which is actually in space. Hence the cute music. But yeah, this one has to come in for a safe landing. That's going to take just a couple of minutes for it to come down. And then after this one, we have the photo one, which will be some more science. And then I'm not sure what we're doing after that. We should be able to do another downrange difficult. And we should be able to do... I queued up sounding intermediate, I think, but I didn't rerun the sim and double check if we can actually hit difficult with that rocket, or if we also need to push it to or sorry, if we can only run intermediate, or if we can push it to difficult, because we will get more reputation if we run it on difficult. All right. A little more science. Yeah, photo is next, and oh, I didn't queue up another one. Okay, I should do that. We want to queue up another of our altitude. Well, it's a little early to fly it, honestly. 115 payload to 140 kilometers is not going to work on this rocket. That is too much. It is a little early to fly this one. How long does it actually take to build one of those things? Because we do want to wait until that contract hits its, like, 90-day timer. Yeah, it's only a 17-day build time. So we don't want to start this for another, like, month. So I don't think there's anything to run at Launch Complex 1. I think we just have to let LC1 sit idle for a little bit while we move ahead and do some other things. That's fine. So yeah, we'll have the photo one soon. And then we should be able to do another one of these downrange distance LV difficult. 69 out of 135. How long does that take to build? Should we just queue that one up now? $60 days. Plus 10 days of rollout time is 70 days. And we're sitting at like close to 60 or 70 days of the 135. Yeah, we can go ahead and put that on the launch pile. That's fine. Yeah, because it doesn't even start until this one's done. So that'll be fine. And then, yeah, as we hire researchers, slowly but surely, this post-war material science will creep forward. If we're lucky, it'll creep forward to not that long after the end of September, over the next couple months. But we will see where we end up there. Roll out. All right, and this one is photo. So we will take low space film return. All right, we did hit this one in the sim, but I was pretty loosey-goosey with my steering. So let's be careful with it. Yeah, 150 by 400. All right. What is... Oh, did we have an engine failure? Yep. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna lob this thing straight up, and I'm gonna hope we get enough altitude that we can at least get a little bit of science out of it. Because we're not gonna get the contract with this engine failure. We may not get... Nope, never mind. We get nothing. We lose. Good day. There we go. What's more Soviet than dropping a rocket on the launch pad? Yeah, there we go. That's thumbnail material. Okay, that stunk. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to re-queue up the camera, and I'm going to put that one ahead of the downrange. The downrange just gets more valuable the longer we wait in between launches. The camera one doesn't. And we want to keep pushing the camera one towards, like, the better versions of the contracts. So I'll just swap the order of those vessels. But of course, every time we do that and we spend money, it pushes out our reach 100 researchers. All right, that is take 2 of this upgraded camera vehicle. Make sure I still have the contract. I do. Let's try this again. Three, 2, 1. Hey, that's what that's supposed to look like. Alright, I think that's about where I had this thing the last time. Just want to keep an eye on our AP height. And if it starts to go high, I can pitch over. Or if it looks like it's going to be low, I can pitch up. But All right, 175 AP. That is gonna be fine as long as we can still hit the 400 downrange. New speed record, excellent. Yeah, SAS doesn't know what it's doing. Obviously, because this vessel has no control without its engine. I'm a little nervous about being at 310 coming into the atmosphere. $350, $360. All right, we did it. Not as much breathing room as I would have liked. We overlofted a little bit, but we did hit the contract. So that is what matters. All right, we just gotta ride this on in, and then we should be good for that contract. Okay, good. We landed. Sorry, I was briefly distracted. Not that one. Recover. I think I want to grab the electronics research. Well, I can always reorder the nodes. It doesn't really matter. All right. Now with post-war material science, we are in a good place. This is going to be great. Let's warp to morning because we have to sim a bunch of stuff. But we should be able to now seriously upgrade the capabilities of a bunch of our rockets. So 75 units of payload to 180 kilometers should be no problem with aluminum. Low space bio 115 to 140. Sunset is in 1 hour. Do I have time for a bike ride? I think you have time for a bike ride. All right, let's start with the smaller rockets, and then we'll get up here. So this guy, we swap this out for aluminum tanks. 2330. What was it before? I didn't even look. 2209. Yeah, okay, that is like a 5% performance boost. I think we can do the same thing here. Don't remember. We'll find out if we can put sounding payload in aluminum. Yes, we can. All right, so this thing, I think in this configuration we'll be able to hit that, the contract requirements, which I have forgotten already. There's a mod that lets you look at mission control from inside the VAB, and I always forget what it is and forget to install it. 140 kilometers with 115 units. Okay, let's see if we can hit that, or if we need to wait for an engine upgrade. At the very least, the version of this that doesn't have... maybe 1.2? No. 1.3. So that is that. 2235. That should still be able to hit 140. I think. I'm gonna be okay there. Do I have an upgrade for this procedural structure? No. Okay. Let's just sim this as it is and see if it can hit 140. I think it will. Ooh, the yellow and orange clouds are fantastic. Yeah, we're doing great on pushing ourselves up through the heavier atmosphere early. I mean, that's the thing, right, with our the lighter weight structure, is that it's not just our overall delta V going up, it's also our mass is going down, which means our TWR goes up, which means we spend a lot less time down in the soup. 149. All right. And it's going to be probably 147 by the time we actually get up to AP. Nah, not even that. 148 something. Cool. So yeah, this will hit 140. This will do that contract. No problemo. Before I do this tooling, I want to go do one other thing that I forgot I need to do. What is this going to cost when it's tooled? 262? That's not bad. Let's, we unlocked, with the material science node, we unlocked contractors. So I want to, yeah, here we go. See if any of these are worth grabbing. Oh, look, cockpits. Integration speed at the cost of research. No, research is our problem right now. Engineer efficiency gain for more expensive hiring. I don't love that. All aircraft. Yeah. I'm okay with this one. Like, the cost of vessel launch is far from our biggest cost. And research speed is good for everything. So I think we take JPL. I mean, minus 5% to researcher salaries is an easy grab. Isogrid tanks, which we're just not up to yet. Early and orbital rocket engine research speed. Or there was another one I saw that I liked. We're just not to Isogrid tanks yet. Yeah, I think we just grab Rocketdyne. It's like, yeah, we've got early rocketry still to do, and orbital rocketry, etc. So that is fine there. The next low space film return needs to hit 200 kilometers altitude and 600 downrange. Okay. Low space bio, we just said we can hit this one. Altitude sounding difficult, I think we can hit as well with the upgraded version of that. So let's go ahead and build that. Okay, well first, we can tool this one. And we can fly or queue this one up. Let's grab Sounder 1A. That'll be the B variant. And again, tank, HPAO fuselage, tank, aluminum. Yeah, we have to tool this tank because it's the shorter version. So that's fine for us to tool that. And then this guy can also get queued up. Let's grab the Photo 1A and let's see what this looks like with aluminum tanks. I'm very curious to see if that'll get us a significant Delta V boost. 3263 currently. Oh, no, that was the wrong tank. There we go. 3263 to 3621. So that's a little more than a 10% boost to performance. I don't know if this is going to be enough to hit that 200 altitude and 600 downrange, though. I don't think it is. Unfortunately. But what we might be able to do is if we grab Sounder 1B and let's start stripping it down. Grab photo 1B and merge. All right, we're gonna need a structure in here. Which is just gonna be a cone. That's that 0.4 at the top by 1.25 at the bottom. Fix our staging. $57.70. I don't remember how much delta V you need for the 3 megameter downrange. But let's just, I guess, sim this thing. Oh, nope. No, we're not. Not yet. It's probably too heavy. Well, maybe not, actually. We'll find out. Oh no, not at all. And we're just gonna see how far we can lob this second stage, our first staged rocket. I've done absolutely nothing to actually prepare this other than strap them together. Probably could have pitched over a little more aggressively. But I also potentially could have done this with trying to spin stabilize this upper stage or something like that, but I don't think it's really necessary for the 3 megameter downrange. But I think we're going to be very overlofted. Well, maybe not. We're going to be a little overlofted. Yeah, that is overlofted. Let's try that again, just pitching over a little bit more at the start. See if we can get a better second stage deployment. That might have been too much. Yeah, this is going to be way too much. Because we certainly don't want to be pitching much past 45 degrees, especially this early. And we're already pitched over to like 45 degrees. So that was a little too aggressive. Like I can, whoops, pitch it up. And completely vaporize my rocket. This is why I don't fly things by hand. Oh, that would help. Alright, let's try that. Ooh, that sounds good. You're making me hungry. Alright, we're looking better on the pitch this time. But I think we're still going to be, like, right on the edge of being able to do this, and if we wait for one more engine tech node, it'll be super easy. So I'm inclined to just wait for one more engine tech node. What just failed? Oh, the fins on it, yeah. And I also forgot to launch the rocket on time. Okay. Let's get rid of the fins, because they're pointless, and they're going to do more harm than good in that position anyway. And then... yeah, let's try that again. I think having, again, one more engine upgrade basically guarantees this works, and I should probably just wait for that engine node. Do have to be keeping an eye on the burn time of this, because I have to start the next engine. Definitely a little shallower this time. Maybe a little too shallow, but... woohoo! Yeah, that's not stable. Alright, so we probably do need to think about spin stabilizing it then. Which is always cool. All right, I'm not going to worry about this this contract yet. We're close to being able to do it, but we have plenty of time to make other improvements. What have I actually queued up? All right, so we've got bio, the next bio upgrade, the next sounding rocket upgrade, rerunning downrange. Yeah, and we don't even get early rocketry until, jeez, like 200 days. And I think early rocketry is what I'm going to need for the next film return. This will be easy. This will be free money. What do I need for this one? Well, besides needing the research that I don't have yet. And yeah, this one, downrange of 600, we're going to need some better tech for too. So once we get early rocketry, I think we can probably do the 3 megameter and the next film camera. But for now, let's go ahead and grab low space biological. Yeah, 140 kilometers with 115 units of sounding payload. That is what this was made for. And it should be no problem for this rocket to hit that. How are we doing? 480, 50. Ooh, did we have a... No. No, we're doing okay. Yep, this is just a slow ascent. That's right. Ooh, I was going to say it barely hits 150. But this one didn't quite hit 140. Oh, that's too bad. I mean, it's still science, so, like, yay. But yeah, it's definitely picky about staging that booster. That's all right. We'll still get the science out of it. I thought I had plenty of breathing room because this made it up to like 149 in the simulator. But apparently just not quite there. Yep. A little more research there is fine. But if I can get my rep, like, up over max, then, like, you know, there's no point flying filler contracts if our RIP is maxed. I forgot to stage that. I'm glad I remembered. That was a very dynamic staging. I probably should have been a little more careful. That could have gone badly. And there we go. Unfortunately, didn't count for the contract. I'm not sure if that was variance in the solid boosters or what with the burn time. But it just didn't quite get there. So we will want to queue up another one of those. Which is easy enough. Okay. Yeah, that gets us through January of 53. Man, I feel like we're so far behind on tech, and I'm not sure why. But we'll see how well we can get everything pulled forward here. Alright, we gotta swap out which contract we're doing, because we're not doing the low space bio. We're doing altitude difficult. Warp to morning. And, okay, let's launch this thing. We should have no problem getting altitude difficult done. And it is going to be ad o'clock in a minute. I'm just going to let this flight go during the ad. We've seen so many of these sounding rockets fly. I don't think it's worth messing around with the ad timing for. Whoa! Nope. Well, that was my fault. I staged that way too early. All right. Well, I guess we're flying another one of these, too. Jeez. Of all the stupid things to mess up. All right. We're going to let the ad run, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average Ruski son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son, without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans. We take dumps, but first we make plans.
That dancing on my boat. Your boat. My boat.
This vessel belongs to the people of the Soviet Union.
We make dumps, but always have a plan. When we dump, it's always with a plan.
My wife said to the waiter, where did this man learn to cook? Afghanistan?
If you ever think we're dumping without a plan, then think again.
So not crazy eyes. Don't stop.
Dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a plan, dump without a no, we don't dump without a plan.
Verify or arrange the target.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
How many pings do you want?
Ping.
One ping,
One.
2 pings,
One.
3 pings, or 4.
One ping only, please.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Give me a ping, Vasily.
1 ping, aye, Captain. Without a plan, without a plan, we don't ever dump without a plan.
Don't take a dump.
Without a
Russians don't take a dump, son.
without a
Russians don't take a dump, son. Without a
we
plan.
shall never dump without a plan.
Russians don't take a dump, son. Without a plan.
We make plans, and then we take dumps. We make plans, and then we take dumps.
What's his plan?
His plan?
His plan. Russians don't take a dump, son. Without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
The average risky son don't take a dump without a plan.
Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Russians don't take a dump, son. Without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan. Dump without a plan.
These doors. What are these doors?
Those doors, sir, are the problem.
What are these doors?
Doors.
Doors.
Engage the silent drive.
Open out the doors.
We take dumps, but first we make plans.
I'm muted. Let's try that again. All right, welcome back, everyone. From the ad break. I went ahead, since we failed that last contract spectacularly, I went ahead and grabbed the next contract during the break. We're just reflying this downrange difficult contract. Shouldn't be difficult. Although we're still using the initial version of the rocket. I didn't upgrade this rocket, so maybe it will be difficult. We'll find out. 3, 2, 1. Probably should have skipped ahead to morning. Sorry about that. All right, well, that's overlofted. Let's see where we end up, if we can still manage to hit that 240 downrange. I think we will. Yeah, that'll be no problem. Yep, no problem. Well, I say no problem. Yep, there it is. 240. Done. Contract complete. I think that also means that we are at max subsidy right now. We are. Excellent. And of course, this thing doesn't have comms, so I can't terminate the flight, so we just have to wait for it to crash. All right. Excellent. So having ourselves at full subsidy is great. It means we don't really have to concern ourselves with flying flights unless we have a reason to. Obviously, we want to keep that subsidy up. But, like, we can fly that one every once in a while. So we do have, coming up next... Yeah, I don't think we can do the next low space film return until early rocketry. So I think we want to try to do early biological, and then we'll try again on the sounding rocket altitude. Those are both fine. Neither of these are necessarily required, but, like, why not? It'll push our subsidy up a little bit higher, which will, keep, keep our funding up. It means we'll be able to hire researchers faster. It means we'll be done with, some of these techs faster. All right. Did I grab the contract for this? I didn't. Let's grab that contract, and then we'll try again. When do we need? Low space bio. Okay, and this is the last time we can fly low space bio, so we'll get that one done. This first advanced biological, 200 units of sounding payload, above 140 kilometers with the advanced biological capsule. We could fly this on a V2 and just get it done, basically at any time. But I'm not sure. I mean, we'll want to take early satellites heavy, but I'm not sure when. Not sure when I want to actually wrap up this suborbital research one, but we could definitely fly first advanced biological No problem. Yeah, both of these are still like, we're only 2 years in. We have plenty of time on these contracts, and they will ramp up and pay us more money. I probably should have done at least one of them at Breakneck. That would have been, I think, the better thing to do, because we would have more money right now. But that's okay. And by more money, what I really mean is we would have had more researchers by now, because all that money would have been dumped into research. All right, low space biological. We're going for 140 kilometers. We have our payload in 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to go ahead and play this at 4x. Because I don't want to sit here through another minute-long burn. There we go, 148. Not sure how we managed to be so far off on the previous attempt. But whatever. Yeah, a couple minutes left of doing this in low orbit. Or sorry, in high atmosphere. Lots of time left up here above 140. But we might actually finish up the in-atmosphere version of this research right about now. All right. So our next contract is going to be, once again, for altitude difficult is the goal. We've got that queued up, and then I think we really need to wait for the next engine tech. And my hope is that next engine tech means it'll be easy for us to do the upgraded downrange camera, and that it'll be easy for us to do the 3 megameter downrange quick trick rocket stack. All right, a little bit more science. Yeah, 14, 23, 31, 41, 56, 64, plus 29, 93. We should also think about early flight control. Because that'll get us RCS tech. We should think about, well, we're going to need entry, descent, and landing at some point. But those are future problems. Oh, no, this is going up. Okay. So the next one of these will need to be 320 kilometers, which, like, we can definitely... I mean, we can strap that payload on top of the RD-100 with the aluminum tank, and it'll go however far down we need to lob it. That won't be a problem at all. Altitude difficult, we can grab now, because that's what we're flying. Skip to morning. Not that it really matters. I have the ambient brightness cranked up enough at this point that I don't think the skipping to morning is as useful, but... Alright, we've got the contract. We're ready to go. 3, 2, 1... There we go. Much better. And we can go fast through this. Wait, really? Only 170? I thought this was going to hit 180 easy. I guess I technically didn't sim it. I tested other things, and then I assumed that this could make it. But nope, cannot. Alright, well, we'll still get a little bit of science out of it. I really thought this would hit 180. But no, I guess I didn't sim it. Shoot. That was stupid. But we will get a little bit of science. Oh no, we won't. We've done all of this stuff in space. Okay. In that case, we're done. I think we can do first advanced biological. I don't think this is a problem. If we take our current RD-100 based V2 derivative. Oh, but we don't have the tech node for this yet. We're still waiting for that's early science, which currently shows as being a year and a half away. It'll be sooner than that, but not as much sooner as I would like. Other options, well, downrange difficult, but we can only fly this every 4.5 months. And low space film return, and that's waiting for tech. I think we just skip ahead a few months. Like, early rocketry is mid-April is what this says. We should be able to hire a bunch of engineers over the next... Yeah, over the next couple of weeks, we're going to hire up... How many? Another dozen researchers? And I could probably push that even higher if I wanted to. Like, instead of 100 researchers, we can push that up to... I don't know. 150? right, and that gets us up to early rocketry in the beginning of April 53. We're definitely behind where I would like to be, but like not as far behind as we could be. Let's see if the early rocketry upgrade to our sounding rocket can hit that 180 now. Oh look, perfect. That's U. Instead of the U-1700, we're going to do the U-2000. Still a rated burn time of 1 minute, but... yeah, we'll do 6.5 meters. Yeah, 2,500 meters a second. That is a lot. Call this the C variant. If we sim this one had better be able to hit. I mean, 2,800? Seems like it should hit 180. I also thought the last one would, though, so who knows? Yeah, 200. No problem. Cool. So we can get this one on there and scheduled. Upgraded tooling, just the new tank. Yep. And we can launch one of those. Oh, nope. We gotta upgrade the launch complex. That's fine. And then the other one is the photo. Did I not just open photo? There we go. RD100, we now have the RD101. Which gives us... yeah, look at that. Look at that stretch on this tank. Okay. How much does this weigh now? 17 tons, of course. Why is this not working anymore? A game? Oh, there we go. Cool. Now I have to, like, dial back in this thing. This was a pain to get right. Okay, not that much of a pain. So, yeah, I think... before I sim this, let me double check the requirements for the next photo camera contract. It's 400 kilometers downrange, but I don't remember what the minimum altitude is. I think it's like 200. Yes. Oh, 600 kilometers downrange and 200 kilometers altitude. Okay. Let's see if we can do that with the RD-101. And the other thing we'll want to check is, can we manage to hit the 3 megameter contract? And I think we should be able to do that with ease now. What we'll want to double check is like the... Because I know with the American engines, it's better not to use your quote-unquote best sounding rocket engine on the upper stage because it's a lower ISP and its fuel is heavier, and therefore it sucks away performance from the booster. But I'm not sure if that is true for the motor that we've got going on for what will be the upper stage of our sort of bumper whack here. Oh, I didn't fix avionics. Back to vehicle assembly. Yeah, we still don't have better avionics, which stinks, but not enough volume. Reload this thing and see if what I see here. Alright, so I had this at 100 EC. We'll do 18? We can do 18 without changing the size of the unit. Okay. That's fine. It weighs 17, so... Alright, sim again, and we will we'll try to fly this thing at a reasonable downrange. And what we're wanting to see is that 200 kilometers up and 600 kilometers across. We're just going to let this thing fly itself in a gravity turn. If it starts to look overpitched, I will just flip it over to stability assist mode and kind of keep it pointed a little more pitched up. Yeah, I may have overcompensated there because we're going to be very high, 385. Although, we're going to go pretty far downrange too. Oh, no problem. 725. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Plenty of electric charge too. Perfect. All right. So this will happily complete that photo camera one that we need as well. And we're going to have to modify the launch complex. Oh, it's like, this is basically a whole new launch complex. 40% commonality. But at least we'll keep some efficiency. Oh, and I guess the other thing I could design is flying the, let's go back into that. This comes off. Let's get this parachute on there. Let's get... Oh, I don't actually have it yet, do I? I don't have the research. I was going to get the advanced biocapsule done, and I do need to do that, but I don't have the tech yet, so it doesn't matter. I keep thinking that's like the next thing to do, and it is one of the next thing to do's. Next things to do. But we're just waiting on the early science tech, which is still like a year out. I'm trying to hire more researchers, but it's still like a year out. All right. LC1 is here. So for... Come on. Altitude sounding rocket difficult. 75 units to 180 kilometers. We tested this to 200 kilometers. So we'll queue up a rocket to fly that. And this is just, again, this is just keeping our reputation up, keeping our subsidy up so that we can keep hiring more engineers. Or not more engineers, more researchers. Jeez. The ones that aren't engineers. Okay. And apparently my engineers were not properly reassigned to Launch Complex 1. Why am I hitting... What? Oh, yeah. Probably because I'm actually building a rocket right now. Oh no, that's just expensive for that Launch Complex upgrade. Okay. I mean, part of it is because I'm building a rocket right now. But I think I would be over budget either way. All right, let's do this. Let's turn this down till it is no longer negative. There we go. Warp to morning, and we'll fly this sounding rocket, and then we'll do the last 3 days of this launch complex. It's taken a little longer than I would have liked, but I messed up my budget. All right, altitude sounding rocket difficult. Yes. Launch. Proceed. And 3, 2, 1. So this thing has absolutely no science it needs to do for me. It is just getting up to that altitude. $130 and $140. Cool. And that's just, I mean, my subsidy is capped, but this just means that I can If I have to skip time, it's at least not like costing me anything to skip time if I have the subsidy up at where it's fully capped, right? And I think I will have to start thinking about just skipping ahead a little bit, a couple of months here and there, getting research done. All right. LC2 is done. Let's check our budget again. Yeah, we have plenty of budget. We do, however, need to warp ahead to having a little bit more money. Now we should be able to queue up that the photo C. Yeah, this thing. Launch Complex 2, launch. All right, that's the RD-101. Right, we are using the RD-101 config. I didn't screw this up. Yeah, 85 seconds. Wait, 85 seconds? I did this for 75 seconds. I'm an absolute buffoon. Cancel this. Ugh, and I tooled it at the wrong size too. How much extra delta V is that, by the way? 39.59 to 40.83. It's like 130. Not a huge amount, but still. We should tool it at the right size. Oh, and of course now we need to time warp. Because it costs 7 funds too many. It's the little things that end up costing so much time, right? And then the other question is, did that extra meter of height screw up us fitting in the launch complex? This thinks there's a problem, and I don't know why. Probably not enough fuel. Yeah, okay. It's the little things that end up costing so much time. All right, another 2 days to install larger fuel tanks at our launch complex. Now we should finally be able to launch this thing. How about Launch Complex 2? There we go. Ooh, we need more engineers at this launch complex as well. Okay. Yeah, let's kill the researchers and auto-hire at the launch complex for a little while. Final count, 95. Reserve funds, 1,000. All right, this should be a nice, easy contract. 200 kilometers altitude, 600 kilometers downrange. I am not overly concerned about being able to hit this one. Someday I should fix the staging on this rocket inside the VAB. But other than that... We're not going to get the contract done. Okay. I pointed it at the ground kind of on purpose because I was mad. I'm actually not going to do that. We will fly it, but it's not going to count for the contract. Because this only supports 18 tons, and that extra meter of fuel pushed us to like 18 and a half. God, that's frustrating. I mean, I guess I could roll it back and modify it with the updated avionics unit. Right, if I come back here, can I do rollback? No? Apparently we cannot do a rollback. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's get the fixed one building. And then, I don't know if it's even worth flying this one or if I should just scrap it on the launch pad. You know, I tried to do this to 20, and I decided we don't have to do that. We can... Alright. But I should have just done it to 20 like I wanted to the first time. Can I, if I just go into the tracking station, can I just erase the vessel that's on the launch pad? I can. But not no, I can't, because it's still standing by to launch. Okay. So I have to actually fly it. That's fine. It's good practice to actually fly a launch anyway. I haven't flown that many of them. So, the reason this fails is because there's this maintain sufficient avionics for the first 50 seconds of flight. And we're just gonna... immediately fail that. Insufficient avionics, locking controls. We can still, you know, lob this thing. See how far downrange it gets. I think it'll do everything except that. Yep, there we go. Almost 900 kilometers downrange. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Except for the, oh, new altitude record. Cool. I'll take that. Except for missing the control requirement, it was perfect. We might still get a little bit of science out of it. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, we don't have a connection. I'm not sure exactly where we flew. I'm not sure what our, what biomes we were over and what we had left in those biomes. So we might not have even gotten much science out of this flight. Ooh, that's an interesting artifact. I wonder what causes that. All right, so good to know that it'll be able to hit that contract with, like, no issues. Hey, there we go. We got some, a little bit of science from it. Not heaps, but some. Avionics upgrade will be nice. It's not a huge necessity, though. And then, really, I should be working on the 3,000 kilometer downrange. Like, that is the big milestone. We need to get 3,000 kilometer downrange and then 5,000 kilometer downrange. And we need this early science. And I am not sure that we're going to be... Well, I guess we've got a few years, right? And we're going to hire a bunch more researchers before we get to, it's currently August of 53. So, like, getting to October of 57, like, yeah, it'll be tight, but we might get a proper Sputnik. Looking at our tech. So I guess it is still early, right? It's only 1953. So I feel like I'm way behind, but maybe I'm not actually way behind. Maybe I'm doing okay. All right, let's get to avionics prototypes. Just because... What's the next one on this, by the way? 230 kilometers. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We could fly an intermediate, but... I mean, we may as well. No, we don't have to. We've got our subsidies capped. There's no sense flying extra contracts. It's not useful. Let's just skip ahead to avionics prototypes. And skip to morning. All right, with avionics prototypes plus the latest and greatest engines, I think the 3,000 kilometer downrange should be a cakewalk. So let's try again with the Sounder 1C at the bottom. Start ripping pieces off of it. Oh, the thing I wanted to check was these engines, right. The U2000 has an ISP of 241, 230, yeah, okay, so we do want to keep the U2000, basically, is what I'm seeing. And then we will merge in Photo 1C. Did I not click merge? Darn it. We don't need the wings. Try again with the merge button. There we go. All of that goes away. Procedural structure we'll need to put back in place. And this guy. Yeah, 4,000 meters a second at delta V, but that's not even, like, correctly staged. There we go, 6351. Plenty of it. Okay, what we do need to do, though, is set up separation and ullage burns for this thing. So those will fire, spin it up, and then we want to separate here, which will be ullage. Yeah, let's try that. This will be what we actually call the Trebuchet 1. Now, first things first, 20 tons. Oh no, it's just too tall, actually. We're within our 20-ton avionics. I'm glad I did tool it for 20... Oh no, this one's 18 tons. Never mind. 20 tons. And we want the avionics prototypes anyway. So yeah, 20 tons. And up here, we also will want to change this over to avionics prototypes. We can get rid of all of the science. We don't need experiments on this. Anything that saves a little bit of extra delta V, right? This thing is way too tall for that launch complex. I'm kind of okay with that for now. We also do have this RD-200 engine, which is 234 seconds of ISP, 100 kilonewtons, compared to our current first stage engine, 400 kilonewtons, okay, or our second stage engine, 23 kilonewtons. So it kind of splits the difference. But the U-2000 does have better ISP than the RD-200. We also, well, we don't have it yet, but we'll get the S2-253, the Scud engine. And that'll also give us some, Alright, let's sim this, and let's see how far downrange we can get this thing. I'm gonna bet with this much delta V, we should have no problem hitting the 3 megameters. And hopefully not even really a problem hitting, well, we might not quite hit 5, but we'll be close. That might have been way too much initial pitch. Yeah, that's way too much initial pitch. Let's tone it down a notch. Yeah, I might want to revert this. Yeah, let's just revert it. Let's try a whole different, like, flight profile. Obviously, when I'm flying by hand, I don't have as much control as I do in the script over getting, like, the exact pitch for a perfect gravity turn. But I think we can do better than that. Let's go up a little further first, and then we'll pitch over just a few degrees. And then once we have some velocity, we'll switch to the gravity turn mode. And that should... I might have been going too fast for the switch over to the gravity turn this time. Yeah, this one's going to be overlofted. But somewhere in between that is what I actually want to fly, right? I want to do the gravity turn a little bit later. Because, yeah, we're going to be very overlofted here. I'm going to finish the flight just because I want to see kind of where it ends up, but... just pounding the spacebar there to make sure that all these things stage properly. Alright, and it is just about at o'clock, so when we come back from that, we'll refly this and we'll try not to be quite so overlofted. Because, yeah, this is going to be silly. This is going to be very silly. $1,200 AP, 1,300 AP, 1,400, 1,500. Are we gonna hit 2,000? Not quite. 1,900. And how far downrange? 1.2 megameters. Yeah. Oh, that was the wrong button. I wanted to revert to launch. All right, get back in the sim, and when we come back from the ad, we will try again to get a little bit of a better launch profile. I'll see everyone in just a couple minutes. Okay, hello, welcome back. Let's fly this thing and let's see if we can manage to get it on a profile that we like. Okay. So that was like pitching over to about 10 degrees and holding that until we were going like 220 something. It does look like we're falling over pretty fast here. So that may have been a little too much pitch or not enough speed. They're kind of factors of each other. Yeah, we're gonna be going 45 soon. Yeah, maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay. Because, like, ideally, we want to be at, like, 45 degrees when the second stage goes. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit less. So I think we're actually going to be okay. This is a much better profile than the previous one, that's for sure. We look at our lines. Yeah, that's pushing forward a lot more. We could probably be pitched over even a little bit more than that, but it's so hard with how early these stages burn out to, like, not be going super fast through the atmosphere and just burning off. You don't want to burn off too much of your velocity to friction in the atmosphere, right? To drag. So, kinda gotta... This is looking good. Oh yeah, look how far downrange that goes. This is gonna be great. Is it far enough? We'll find out. I think it is. 3.4 megameters. Okay. So this can hit it. And probably a bunch of, like, speed record and altitude records in the middle of that. Yep. So this can hit the contract. The question is, can I fly consistently enough that we, like... The other question is, do we want to make a new launch complex or upgrade the existing one to be able to handle stacked rockets? Because LC2... Yeah, 37% commonality. You really do almost want to make a new launch complex. Which is going to be rated for a lot more than 22 tons, because we're going to need to be able to upgrade this to hit 5 megameters. So let's make it like a 30-ton LC. Oh, that pushes our minimum tonnage too low. All right, a 29-ton LC. What does this thing weigh? 19.5. 27-ton. 26-ton. All right, 25-ton LC, which is what I originally was going to do. And then I decided 30. I didn't realize that this was already only sitting at like 20, not at the 22 that it chose for me. It chooses a height limit of 25. We'll probably need to increase that, but that's okay. The width is fine. Width is fine. Yeah, this is going to take 100 days to build. So let's get that built. As far as this thing goes, we have our new, our structure that needs tooling and our 2 new avionics. So we will tool all of those. This thing flies for just under 1,000. That's not awful. I wonder if we can shut down LC-1 at this point. That's a question. Is there anything else to fly on Launch Complex 1? I think I'm gonna say no. I mean, we can keep pushing these, but, I mean, we can also fly these ones. And we do already have extra rep. I think Launch Complex 1 is getting dismantled. Save ourselves a little bit of extra. And we have a few unassigned engineers. That's okay. We'll assign those to Launch Complex 3 as soon as it's built, along with the 95 from LC2. Well, no, because we'll have a couple more things we want to fly on Launch Complex 2. We need to do an uprated, this thing. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. No, set route to that. Everything above it goes away. And then we open downrange 1 as a merge. Take the payload, put it on top. Get rid of that. Downrange 1A. There should be nothing to tool. There's nothing to tool. I do want to double check the requirements for that contract, and I want to make sure that I, like, vaguely know how I want to fly this thing. Like, how I want to set up its... 320 kilometers downrange, hit 140. Okay, I should be able to do basically anything I want with this rocket, and it'll work. Alright. And I think this simulation is going to be the last launch of the night. I just realized how late it is getting. I need to go eat my dinner soon. So we'll go ahead and fly. Yeah, this avionics can probably do like 20 tons, and this thing should be nowhere near that. Oh, nope. The same mistake I made the first time I built one of these. I forgot to add an antenna for control to the lower avionics because I ripped off the upper avionics. Let's see. Avionics, communication, antenna enabled, antenna planning, Baikonur, 500 kilometers. Yeah, 16 dBm is fine. All right, let's try that again. I think this one I can probably pitch over a little bit sooner because it doesn't have quite as much of that, you know, the giant heavy second stage on it. So we're looking for... Oh, I forget how far downrange we need to go. 320? It's 200. 300. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Because there's no way we're overlofted here. Yeah, that looks great. And we are at a much higher altitude than we need. Yeah, there we go. Like 1,000 kilometers downrange to 350 altitude. I can basically fly this thing however I want, and it'll hit those contract requirements. Okay. So that can get built at LC2. And we need to keep Launch Complex 2 around. It'll be around for this flight, and it'll be around as soon as we get the tech for early science. We want to... how are we doing on money? We're losing money, and we're losing it fast. Okay. That means that I need to slow down LC3's construction a little bit until we're, like, positive. There we go. Yeah, once we get early science, we want to fly, first advanced biological. We'll basically just lob it vertically, right? I think it'll be pretty easy to do that on our current, like, RD 101 based system. I think we will hit those contract requirements, and then after that, we can reassign those engineers to LC3. And we'll just be working on the downrange, well, no, not these ones, but the 3 megameter and then the 5 megameter, which will come out of Launch Complex 3. And then LC4, I guess, will be our orbital complex. And we'll take early satellites heavy. And we want to do early satellites heavy, specifically so that we can do an R7. This gives us the extra funding we need to be able to do an R7 launch. So let's warp to the photo. Let's do one more real launch. Let's do this photo launch. Grab low space film return, 200 kilometers altitude, 600 kilometers downrange. All right. And I think we're still, like, the amount of money we earn is still going up. Yeah, for the next 3 years even. So I really should have taken one of these at Breakneck. It would have helped us to get a little more funding a little more quickly. But that's okay. I will probably take satellites at Breakneck. I don't see why not. Especially if we're going to be, you know, towards the end of 1954. All right, what are we looking for? 200 kilometers by 600 kilometers. All right. We might be a little overlofted. We'll see. If I need to pitch it down a little further, I will do so manually. But we're looking okay. I always get worried on these rocket launches because you always see the, like, arrow effects. And I'm worried that I'm way underlofted. But, like, I think the reality is just that these are high thrust rockets on low profiles, and they're gonna have that effect, right? So, it's fine. Yeah, because there's 200... 300. Yeah, but we're burning out at like 45 degrees, so... And we only have to go 600 kilometers downrange. So I think we're going to be okay, is what I'm saying. Alright, and I want to stage now, because there's no guarantee I'll have signal for control at the other end of this. Yeah, no issues getting to 600 kilometers downrange. Perfect. Where are we coming in? Hey, we finally got enough energy that we're starting to get real reentry effects. Excellent. That's good to see. All right, parachute. Bonk. Okay. I think that's our last flight of the day. Yeah. It is past my dinner time. So, we're going to go ahead. If I have any research to queue up, I'll do it. Don't. Yep, I do not. All right, so next time, we've got the downrange difficult to fly while we're waiting to get to early science here. And then pretty much that... Man, we might just skip ahead. I hate to skip ahead like 3 months like that. But I don't think there's anything else we can do until early science. And then once we get early science, we can fly the advanced bio, and we can wrap up that program and grab the orbital program at Breakneck at that point. And then we'll be finishing up the 3 kilometer and the 5 megameter downrange sort of while we have the orbital money coming in. But since it will be the money from, early satellites heavy coming in at Breakneck, $280,000 a year, right? So this is what we want. We want this, and if we take this now, yeah, the deadline is 19th July 57. And we do have to complete not just first artificial satellite, but first scientific and one of biological and polar. Probably polar, given that we're flying from Baikonur. So yeah, we'll take this. We don't want to take this right now, but we will take this in probably within the year. We'll finish up. We'll get early science. Yeah, maybe in about a year. And that'll give us basically time, if we take that program at Breakneck, to meet Sputnik in October of 57, and then really push on those last few contracts right after that. So that will be the goal. Obviously, we have a lot of tech that we have to get before then, but we're going to be paying for that with, as soon as we get these, this new funding amount, that immediately goes into hiring researchers, and all of our tech problems go away. But that's gated behind early science, and then flying advanced bio with early science, and then finishing up that first program. So that is what we are going to do the next time that I decide I want to do this. I don't know if I'm going to make this one a regular one. This might just be the, fill in the gaps when I need to take a break from KOS only, or I might do it on a random Friday. Not really sure. But I had fun. It's fun to do some, actual rocket design and not just be flying the same, standard designs based on the American rocket program. And it's, yeah, it's fun to do things a little bit differently than all the other times that I've played RP-1. So thanks very much, everyone. I really appreciate everyone who tuned in. And if you're watching this as a VOD later on, I appreciate you as well. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube and want to see me crash rockets live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the description. Tomorrow's stream is... Thursday is 90s game day. I shuffled my schedule around a little bit. So I think we're gonna do... I haven't decided yet. It's either going to be the second Journeyman Project game, or it's going to be Starship Titanic. It'll be one of those. I'm still deciding. So yeah, thanks again. Let's stop the recording for YouTube, because we're done here. And then I will faff around for a little bit and try to see if we can find someone to raid.